stuff. Yeah, that's just life there. I'll just go over and check, just make sure I'm being paid and stuff. Because sometimes, all right, I constantly they're turning off my pay for that one. And
I've noticed with any live streams that I do straight through YouTube, it comes on automatically getting paid. Through Restream, I have to do it manually.
yeah, I've noticed that one as well. I'm being paid right now. It is actually on monetized, and it seems well it's perfectly set up. But I'll keep
Yeah,
an eye on that just in case.
yeah.
And what else do I need to do? I'll turn on there's chat, right? Turn that on. So keep an eye on everyone. And oh yeah, that's what I was going to do as well. I wanted to get a photo of the Gaelic World at War, and I was hoping Mihal would jump on, but I think Mihal is still pinned down at work and stuff. So if he jumps on, he jumps on. No panic or no rush. Do. 1 second. I'll shove on. Hopefully it pops up. Oh, there it is. The Gaelic World at War. There we go. Might change the background on that. I was expecting that one to change as well. There we go. Oh. Looking nice. How's the comments? How's the boys tonight? How's Kevin? Any news off yourself, Kevin boy? Are you off? You're off today, Kevin, are you?
Sláinte Clean.
And I'll grab that map as well. I actually found the map from the Gaelic World at War as well, and I'll put that on, especially for today's live stream and stuff, since we're meant to be talking about different family and clans. There was a better one actually. There we go. The two Connors, I noticed that as well. I'll show you the map there in a second, Owen. And if you can't make it out on this stream, I can send it to you over on the other social media site as well.
Queen, I know how you feel. We've been changing windows, painting, having loads of leaks. So this week has been long and crazy. I can't make out that map whatsoever.
Yeah, I'll send it over to you on social media as well, so you can, if you're able to, because I don't know how you're set up on your side.
Send it over and I'll open it on another computer. I have two computers.
Oh yeah, it's grand. It's not doing the old copy. I was gonna try to do the old copy and paste trick. 1 second. I'll try again. 1 second. Oh yeah, it works this time. Yeah, I sent it over on the social media one.
Yeah.
But what's it called? There's two bits, all right. I haven't actually. I don't have a hold of the book yet, and I am looking forward to getting a hold of the book. I'll make it bigger for other people at home to have an old gawk at. But there's a few questions I already have about the picture. Like, to start with, like, who's the two Connors? I've never heard of the two O'Connors before. Like,
yeah, I'm just looking and it's a bit bizarre.
Yeah.
Is this book written by an American?
It's Fergus Cannon, the Scottish lad that did the Gallowglass. Do you remember that book? It came out back in
I think so.
Gallowglass 1250 to 1600s, and it was done by Osprey. Well, he's done a follow up to that one that's coming out it's out now in Ireland, and it will be out in America next couple of months or so. And what was it called? There's some stuff, and I think is going to be interesting to read for sure. But then there's other stuff I'm very, questioning. There's definitely pictures and stuff in it. I'm like, I don't know.
No, because I'm looking at the map.
Yeah.
And okay, the two O'Connors is bizarre because there are various O'Connors, but like I can see O'Connor of Sligo. It's not. It's O'Connor Sligo, and then there's O'Connor of
Oh yeah.
Kerry. It's not. It's O'Connor Kerry.
Mm,
Fitzgerald of
mm,
Desmond, Butler of Ormond, and there's loads of people of which you don't find in the Irish literature whatsoever.
mm,
Down in Kerry, there's Max Sweeney, and Max Sheehy. Okay, the Max Sheehys were Gallo glasses the for the Desmonds,
mm,
and like Barry Moore. No, it was okay. I know what they want to put. It's Lord Barry, but he was. I wouldn't exactly call it a clan. It was a lordship.
mm,
Uh, there's and then jumping up at the north in where it's now Derry's O'Cahan, which is fine, but there's MacDonald just below him,
mm.
and then which is wrong. There's
Yeah.
MacDonald of Antrim, which is okay, but it's just MacDonald, and
Mm,
McQuinlan of the Root, and it's pointing to the wrong place. It's to me, it's someone who doesn't know Ireland just trying those names. And like when you look the English Pale as opposed to the Irish Pale, Plunkett spelt wrong. Archbold, I don't know them. Preston, like there's loads of like they were just small families. Delamere, Dalton, Dillon. Um, it's a funny map. Keatings were kind of officials and clerics and stuff. It's yeah. Shrewsbury I think in
mm,
Wales Waterford again is funny.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a funny one, all right.
Yeah, and it's funny because well, it's funny on top of funny, and not in a ha way because of the fact that this is coming out for Christmas. So for the majority of the population, this is the map they're going to be getting, and it's like, but don't get me wrong, it's good for us in many ways because
Yeah,
it gives us the opportunity to make a whole load of streams on this. But at the same time, it's like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. No,
mm,
it's definitely a bit bizarre. A bit
mm, mm,
bizarre.
mm.
Like
Yeah.
MacDonough of Duhallow. eh, Just get the names correct, please. And
Yeah.
there's Keatings everywhere around Waterford, Tipperary. They weren't that important.
Or have
Um,
a gawk. Oh yeah, I see. All right, I can see a Keating even before I start.
and again, below
But this,
there's a McSweeney in the middle of Kilkenny,
yeah,
and there's an archdeacon.
mm,
Hold on a second. Archdeacon is a clerical rank, not a family.
uh,
Yeah, I think something went wrong on this.
yeah, yeah. What? Because he actually has the map showing the lands of some of Ireland's most powerful families. Art was it Arthur's artwork? I wonder what the source is for that one. Because if it's someone else's work, because it says in the bottom Arthur's artwork, so
Yeah,
maybe it's not. Maybe Fergus kind of got other people to fill in the works because there's other people's work inside there as well inside the book, and I think it's quite questionable to be quite honest with you.
yeah. Like in what is now South Dublin, there is Harold.
Mm,
I
yeah,
never heard. I never heard of the family Harold.
yeah, yeah.
And then in Westmeath, there's Cough.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's strange, all right. Like, let me have another gawk at that one. 1 second, because I'm doing bits and bobs in the background as well. I
there's
think I
lots
just,
of questions. There's lots of questions appearing.
it just gives a second there. Asking about typical families, is it?
Yeah.
O'Connor. 1 second. What? No wonder. What's your last name there? I think there's definitely because where do you expect your family name to be as well? Because there's how many names are missing in there? Would you say on?
It's kind of hard to say.
Mm.
It's a lot because there's so many Irish names.
Oh yeah.
And this is some of Ireland's most powerful families. Like
Mm.
where I am, like there's McCarthy Moore is there, McSweeney above McCarthy Moore, which shouldn't be there. O'Sullivan more, and there's no O'Falveys, O'Shea's, some of the other O'Sullivans like McGillicuddy, McCrowan. There's in Tyrone there's no O'Hanlon, and various other ones there. Like in Cork, there's a Barrett, but not a Bissett. There is O'Farrell there. I can't see O'Farrell's because I was just reading about them in Longford. Tyrrell is there. Like there's some. It's a very. If Mihal was here, poor Mihal, we'd have to send him to the hospital. I think looking at this.
What was it called? Yeah, he's probably pinned down with work. Thank God for him.
Yeah.
1 second, I'll have an old gawk there because we have a few questions and stuff. The Gaelic name. How do I pronounce that one? McManny.
McMenemy.
Oh, McMenemy. I was about to put it into the old pronouncer.
Where the hell are my Murphy Muskery? Like there's Mac Olafs are missing. I don't think Wayne is online, but if he was, he'd be. his crowd aren't there. McCarthy Ray is there. But there's no Murph. Is there any Murphys? There's a Muraku spelt really strange in Wexford.
Gawk. You're right. They're Murphys. They're even missing in Leinster. It's very funny. When they shove in Murphys, like there's no tomorrow around Leinster. And it's wild because Murphy's one of the most popular names in Ireland as well. Like,
yeah, Queevin has been very, very, very nice to them. 2 out of 10 for effort.
Oh God!
Are there Kellys there? Are there any Kellys? I'm not seeing any Kellys.
I'll make this bigger so people can have an attempt to see on that one. Can you see that at home? I think Kevin can see that all right.
The way it is now, they should be able to see it.
Poor Jim will come on now in a bit now and he'll be straining his eyes. Go on.
Like the poor old, like there's zillions of McMahons, and there's one little O'Reilly. And is there where's O'Rourke is almost McGlancy? Yeah, I'm sure if Mac Jordan, I've never heard of it. Mac Costello.
Mac Jordan, is he part of the African American Irish branch?
Don't know. I've heard of the Jordans, not the Mac Jordans.
Yeah.
So, just tell them where the map is from again. A couple of people are asking.
I'll just jump back over to the book itself. It's the new book that's coming out. Well, it's already out in Ireland, but I heard somebody saying it was under the Orthodox Christmas. We'll be celebrating it as well with the Gaelic World at War because there's a slight delay going over to America for some reason. But it's out now in Ireland. And if you're able to ship it out from Ireland over to America, you can get sorted as well. But it's quite expensive these days to be, shipping out books from Ireland to America. So I think some people are going to be waiting for it to come out in America for the American thing. I'll have a go to see when the American one is out. I think it's... Oh, yeah. Wednesday, January 21st. So January 21st, it's out in the States. It says here on Amazon. So if you guys don't mind waiting. But they're not doing the hardback copy. I've seen that. They're not doing the collector's edition. But there is different editions coming out. Yeah.
I think with the cost of post, to do a hardback is just too expensive. Jim O'Neill is saying
Yeah,
he can see his father's side in the north, but not his mother's side from the south. Who's your mother? What's your mother's family, Jim?
Roach. Oh, Roach is exactly where I live, up in Mallow Castle. But they moved, they traded places with the but yeah, the Roaches pushed out the what's it called? The O'Keefes. The O'Keefes got pushed out in Mallow, like the O'Keefes were a branch of the Onoch, and they were up around the Mallow region, where I am, in up around North Cork. And what was it? The Roaches came in and pushed them out of it, and they started constructing Mallow Castle there. Although there's still the argument if the Gaelic. Owen, yeah, actually, Owen, I can ask you this as well. What's your interpretation of Moat and Bailey castles in Ireland before the arrival of the Normans? Because that's always the argument anytime you get a Moat and Bailey constructed.
Hold on, my face is appearing despairing. Alberta Heritage have a very interesting podcast about castles, and I can't remember the guy they interview, but he insists quite convincingly that there were Moat and Bailey castles in Ireland beforehand, and he suggests one of the places in Tara could well have been, and he said that the word castle in Latin, I think it's castellum, was being used in Irish annals before the Norman invasion.
Yeah.
So the idea had come in, and essentially, when we think castle now, we kind of think of the big stone buildings. Like you go to Wales, those massive, and I must say, beautiful castles that they have in Wales that I can't remember which English king built there to help crush the Welsh. But when the Normans came, they would have build a mound and build a wooden building on top. So I'm fairly sure that there were wooden fortifications that were essentially castles before the Normans came in, and also that they would have built them on mounds for defensive purposes.
Yeah, sure, I have here. This is the idea of what an Irish Moat and Bailey castle would look like. There's not much to it, you know. You look at what they're building with Cormac's Chapel. You can't really make out Cormac's. You can make out, if you know Cormac's Chapel, you can make it out. But at the same time, if you don't know which one's Cormac's Chapel, it can be hard to make out. But regardless, they were bringing German architects already over. The McCarthy's were to build Cormac's Chapel. So, like, they're building stuff way more advanced than a bloody Moat and Bailey castle. Sure, what's a Moat and Bailey castle but a raised stone fortification? Yeah.
And like most of them aren't even stone; they're wooden.
Yeah.
Sort of, you have a mound, and then you build a palisade on the top.
Yeah.
So yes, I'm fairly convinced they were in, like, sort of. A crannog is a different sort of version. Instead of a mound, you put it in a lake.
Yeah, 100%.
And look at all the religious buildings that were going up in the 10th, 11th centuries. Or look at the religious buildings that were going up even before. In the 7th, 8th centuries, the beehive huts, the stuff you find in Skellig Michael, Galloway's Oratory. That's or even you just thrown up Glendalough there. That requires a good knowledge of engineering.
Oh yeah,
and like Glendalough had a wall around it. Glendalough was a fort, they call it a monastic city, but it was a fortified one. It's okay, you could capture it fairly easy. The wall wasn't very big, but if you go to the entrance now, there is this building, which to all extent is like a tower house that you go into. Someone's asking me to turn. Oh, hi Jesse. He's asking me to turn off the green screen.
Yeah, it's very fuzzy on your side. Yeah, it's very fuzzy on the side. But it was an experiment. We were just doing an experiment there to see if the viewership would go up. It looks slightly better, but at the same time, the problem we're having now is the fact that we can't see Jim anymore, which is worse. So we'll experiment and play around with that a wee bit more. Our ultimate plan is to get it just like this, where you can see me perfectly, and then you've got the background. And then it helps in our algorithm then, because we have people zooming around, you see, and it'll grab their attention for a bit longer. So just to explain to everyone at home, it was just a little experiment we had just before we started.
I think if I stay, there's one place where if I don't move, I'm there. If I move backwards or forwards, I disappear. It's a bit bizarre.
Yeah, but we'll play around and experiment with it, and sure, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Sure, you know, it is what it is. What was it called? Good evening. Humbly request you turn. Oh yeah. I seen that one. Yeah, but what was I going to say about Moat Bailey Castles? Moat Bailey Castle is nowhere near as effective as or not nearly as complicated as you would get in a monastic settlement. It was actually the doorways and stuff. I know you know this already, but just for everyone at home, the doorways were on a church, especially a stone church, was far more difficult to put together than a what you see in a Moat Bailey Castle. You know. Especially with the architecture and style, and if they could pull off those details as the stone arch that you can see in monastic settlements, they could easily put together and do those fortifications. Like, so I can't see why this would be impossible for the Irish, especially, you know, they're already constructing something like this. They're constructing this at the same time, if you can see Cormac's Chapel. And to turn around and say, oh, well, the Irish wouldn't be able to construct this, I think it's a bit silly, to be honest with you. Like,
yeah,
we should.
Okay, I was just changing the lighting to see would it affect me, but I still have this Star Wars effect.
Yeah.
Zing, the force is strong in this one. Yeah, I think the Irish, the Gaelic Irish, they had great engineering knowledge. Like, even aside from castles or buildings, the mills that were being constructed with monasteries and the tidal mills, the fish traps, fish traps and stuff like that, there was a very interesting technologies being developed in Gaelic Ireland, and as well as like the calculation of Easter.
Yeah,
people who can calculate Easter can almost do anything. Like, sort of, I would challenge anybody to go and read up on how to calculate Easter and try it. It's crazy. I've read it about 20 times and I don't understand it whatsoever. If you can do that, if you understand that, you can build a castle. I think I'm going to turn off my green screen because I'm.
Yeah, it's probably for the best, because that's proper blurry all over the place.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll experiment and play around with it and a few other things a bit more as well. I think it's handy doing this stream because we can, you know, experiment and play around with what works and doesn't work when it comes down to the algorithm. For sure, like. We may not have had giant marble wonders like Rome and Greece. We're very wooden, though. I think that's one of our biggest problems, is the fact, compared to the comment section there points out, if we had more marble and stuff, we'd be able to show off a lot more. The problem is, as well, there could have been like some insanely amazing constructions we did, but because we have a tendency of making it in wood, and even worse again, putting it on fire as well afterwards, it's very difficult to find a lot of this stuff, you know?
Yeah, like Tara, the stuff that they've discovered, the Discovery Program has discovered about Tara in the last 20 years is amazing. Like, you go and look at Tara and it looks a series of mounds. And then look at what they've discovered with LIDAR and stuff like that. There was a huge henge around Tara and stuff like that. It in its day, it must have been amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Sort of, and yeah, they built this big henge, and I think they burnt it.
Yeah, I know, right? Because it was the
Um,
same with Dr. John Kerry's work. You'd be reading about this amazing stuff that was constructed up in Ulster, and then everybody, once they're finished drinking, everybody just comes out and sets fire to it. And you're like,
yeah, yeah.
okay. Did you not think about
And
making my job easier? No.
and then like when it wasn't wood, like a lot of the ring forts, they would use um, like clay or
Mm,
turf or stuff like that, which is fine for then, and which is fine for like the west of Ireland and stuff like that.
yeah,
But it won't last all that long, and then along comes a farmer and plows it over.
yeah,
So there
oh,
is a lot of stuff that we've lost,
yeah.
but there was a lot of stuff there.
Yeah. Oh, when it comes down to that kind of stuff, Jesus Christ, no forward thinking whatsoever. Just about me and my farm. Like, as long as my farm is squared away, that's the main thing. Like,
No,
but it
but
just,
also not to dump on the farmers,
mm,
but in the Reformation, loads of things got destroyed.
mm,
Like Ardfert. In Ardfert, you have this beautiful cathedral, and then you have the Franciscan monastery. And inside the Franciscan monastery, part of it was used as a garrison by the English.
yeah, yeah,
And you can repeat that everywhere.
yeah. Do you? I just want to pop over to that one as well. 1 second. Laptop's a bit slow now. I just click on that one as well. The MacDonough, I believe, is all part of the MacDougall and MacDowell clan. Yeah, it makes sense. Are they all branched away from the what was it called? The Kennel Colonel, are they?
Well, I think the MacDougalls are more Scottish.
Oh,
The MacDougalls I don't know about. MacDonough, um, yeah, there were some. I have a feeling if Mihal was down and he would say there were loads of MacDonoughs because
mm,
Donna was used a lot. The name Donna you find a lot. Um, so there would have been various families with the name MacDonough. I don't think there is one Irish name like all of the big families. Like there's O'Neill's, I think in Clare and Cork as well as the famous O'Neills.
mm,
The same with the O'Connor Kerrys are nothing to do with O'Connor Sligo
mm.
or like the O'Connors as in Rory O'Connor.
Yeah, yeah. Interesting enough, isn't
Yeah,
it?
someone has mentioned Quinn, the O'Quinns, who are one of the clients or cousins of the O'Neills, are not on that map either.
All right, 1 second. I'll jump back over and look at have an old bitch fit about the map. 1 second.
Yeah.
But like, hmm, I mean, because it's to be honest with you, the thing that puts me off is still the two O'Connors. I'm just like, it's so random to have the two O'Connors, just put in the center of the map. But I'll wait for the book to come out first and see what the justification of the map is. You were also saying, interesting enough as well. You said the English Pale instead of the Irish Pale. Why
No,
do
the
you?
English, like you say, it's the pale. It's
Mm,
not the English pale. It's the pale.
yeah,
Like when you say the English pale, you kind of look, where's the Irish pale then?
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Which I do agree with, be honest with you. And the reason why I would agree with that is because of what happens in 1370 when we have Art MacMore Cavanagh, your man pictured here in the middle of the Gaelic resurgence, and him galloping up and taking the tribute from the Black Rent from Dublin in 1370. So to say it was, the English Pale, I would also say is quite funny as well. But it seems to be that kind of interpretation, isn't it, to bring in this kind of centralized English dominant control of Dublin.
yeah, and I've
Mm.
just noticed. Okay, hold on. Fitzgerald of Kildare is in Wicklow.
1 second, I'll get that map back up again. 1 second, there we go.
So the Fitzgerald of Kildare is in Wicklow, and right under them there's a MacDonald. There's something very strange with
What
this map.
McDonald's doing all the way down there? What?
there was like, I'm sure there was someone called MacDonald because of the name, but the MacDonald family are of Antrim. And I have a doubt about, like, in tradition in Ireland, it's MacDonald in Scotland and MacDonald in Ireland.
Yeah.
But I don't know when that distinction emerged. I think that distinction would be 17th, 18th century.
Oh, you think they're all the one group during this era?
They were the one groups, because the ones in Antrim were the MacSorleys. There were a whole pile of cousins, and they moved in the late 16th century, and then especially in the early 17th century.
Yeah.
And I think it's only later that this distinction in the spelling emerged.
Yeah.
Someone is asking, did the English draw the map? I think it's possible.
It's a Scottish lad. It's a lad up in Scotland. Fergus Cannon's Scottish, isn't he?
I'm not sure. Queven is getting hard now. 0 out of 10.
But yeah, funny. What was it called? What else do I have to say about the map? Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say as well. Is I don't think you guys can see it because it might be in the way. I wonder if I can move on around. Oh no, I guess not. Right. So on the map as well is funny. Let's see if I can move it around a wee bit. But if you look at the map, you see the Fitzgeralds of Deakin, I think it's called, which I think is very, very strange as well.
No, that should be DC's. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's Waterford.
Yeah, DC's. Is that actually a branch?
Not of the Fitzgeralds, I'm not sure, but it the name goes way back to. Some people say the first map of Ireland by that Roman geographer no, it wasn't Ptolemy. A name like that, the famous one, and he had a scattering of names. And some people say that name was there because that group settled in Wales at once, like in the post-Roman period. And some people say that the fact that there's Ogham in Wales was brought in by them. So it's a very old area, but there would have been Fitzgeralds there, but I wouldn't have referred to them as such.
Yeah.
And like I also noticed that there are the Fitzgerald Knights aren't there. The Knight of Kerry, the Knight of Glyn, and the White Knight. There's a Fitzgibbon there, but not all Fitzgibbons were White Knights. It was one particular family. I think we should just move on from this map, otherwise we'll just spend 2 hours bitching about the map.
I thought that was my plan until what was it called? Michal pops up into the old chat. And
actually, someone has just commented saying the Fitzgeralds of Imokilly.
Fitzgeralds of Imokilly. I may have a go at that actually. Are they on the map or not on the map? Fitzgeralds of Imokilly.
I think the Fitzgeralds of the Decies are the Fitzgeralds of Imokilly.
Roger. I haven't looked into them. I didn't even know they existed. I thought they were all a part of the Desmond Fitzgerald branch.
You have the main ones, and then over time, like you have the minor ones. That's like the Knights of Kerry, the Knight of Glyn. Then you have Fitzmaurice. They're all branches that split off, and then over time you're going like Desmond. The whole area is so big. And they ruled for so long, you're going to have new branches emerging.
Yeah, which does make sense, to be honest with you.
Thanks, Queven. The expulsion of Desi, the Leon, and the Lagan invaded Wales.
Yeah, they did back in the early medieval period. Do I have a map on that one? 1 second there, I can quickly get a map on that one. Ireland map. Are you making coffee, Yuki? Oh, nice. Can I have some coffee? What is it called? Ireland attacking room. Any other questions and stuff there you want to cover, Owen? While I get that map up.
Look. Are the Fords on the map? Ford is not a name I associate with Ireland at all. Um, again, that's Mihall's area, but to me, Ford is not a very Irish name. There could have been Fords that came over at some stage in various
Yeah.
plantations.
Mm-mm. The old plantations. Let me get that one up. Where did it? Oh, there.
Okay, the Desi Fitzgerald and Imokilty Fitzgerald are two different branches. Okay,
Mm,
Hennessy. Hennessy's again an old English family. Yeah, I don't see them there. And
mm,
they went to France where they would set up, or some of them would create the cognac.
mm,
Tierney, Hennessy. The Desi are said to have founded the kingdom of Diad.
mm.
Okay.
Yeah, Kevin's bang on right there about the what was he saying there in the comment section about the invasions you get there in the 5th century. Those are the ones that bring over St. Patrick, and you end up writing those two letters. One is the letter of the Confessio, and the other one is the one to Craticus.
Yeah.
Although
Yeah.
it's interesting enough. What's your interpretation of what St. Patrick is apologizing about for the Confessio?
Good question. I've read quite a bit about it, and everyone has speculated about it. He did something naughty when he was an early teenager.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it that he got completely and utterly drunk,
Mm.
or was it something sexual?
Yeah, I've heard about that
If it
theory.
was sexual, was it with a girl or a boy,
Mm,
a man or a woman?
yeah.
Did he make fun of a priest? It's like you kind of think he got brought over to Ireland very young. So therefore the sin, and as far as I know, the sin that he's talking about is when before he was brought over. So it's something he did as an early teenager.
Yeah.
And if everyone thinks back to when they were an early teenager, what did they do? Sort of, did he drink too much, smoke too much, kiss the wrong person, steal something from a shop? It's probably something really stupid like that. Unless he had a baby or something, but I don't think so.
Are you into this one as well? That they were brought over, that they were Old English family that used Gaelic first name.
No, the McQuillans were Scottish.
Mm.
Because, like, if you look,
I was thinking that as well.
they're the very, very northeast of Ireland. They're nearer to Scotland probably than to Belfast.
Yeah, yeah.
So they're definitely a Scottish family, and they would have held like Dunluce Castle and places like that, and they got pushed out by the MacDonalds. And they were actually quite pro-English, but they got booted out, and then because the MacDonalds were, at least some of them were great buddies with James the Sixth, James the First.
Yeah.
They never got their land back. Jesse is mentioning, I was researching the previous owners of land in the Carlow area, Huntington Castle especially. It mentioned the Cavendish family, or Cavaness family, he changed it. That was in the Fitzgerald Mark area. Yeah, because there would be so many families, it's impossible to show all the names here.
Yeah.
And it's just a bizarre thing. Someone mentioned ancient Israelites who migrated to Hibernia.
Oh God.
I don't think so.
Oh God, that's sticking up a whole load of what was it called?
Yeah.
I think that people like that mostly look at the Book of Invasions. The Book of Invasions, isn't it? Where the the Irish kind of look at the Bible and went, why are we not in the Bible? What's going on here? Like, and they kind of go off and write their own version of it called the Book of Invasions.
Yeah, there was no. People take odd because there's so many names in the Old Testament, and people say that some of them ended up. They didn't. There's no evidence whatsoever.
Yeah. There's a weird connection, all right, as well.
I'm sorry, someone is saying that the Mac in Gaelic names refers back to the Book of Maccabees. It doesn't. Mac means son.
Right.
It's Mac is son and Nee or Nick is daughter or granddaughter. It's
Mm,
nothing to do with the Book of Maccabees.
yeah, yeah. But that's the same with O, isn't it? The O and the Fada. If you normally see that as well, that's supposed to be the son of as well. Or am I wrong?
No, O O father, or what used to be UA, is descendant of or or grandson of.
Mm,
Mac Mac or Nee is no Mac or Nick is son or daughter of. So
yeah.
Mac Donald, Nick Donald, if you're a woman,
Mm,
that's son. If it's an extra generation, it's O or Nee,
yeah, yeah,
which
yeah,
is grandson, granddaughter.
yeah.
People are mentioning like John Ford, an American director. Yeah, he was of an Irish family, an American Irish family.
Mm,
And someone else mentioned the Ford of the cars. But like at this stage in the 16th century, there weren't many Fords there.
mm. My in-laws are the McCartys. I know the McCartys and the O'Sullivans. Both of them I went to school with. What was it
But
called?
which O'Sullivans? Because in where I live in South Kerry, as I said before, there are so many of them. All O'Sullivans have a different name.
Mm,
Like uh, there is Jack. There is each family. There's around 100 where I live. Different
mm.
O'Sullivan families.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, and McCarthy's is probably something similar. There's lots of them. And
yeah.
yes, there is lots and lots of very interesting stories about McCarthy's and
Oh, yeah.
O'Sullivan's.
That's what I can't wait
Um,
to burst into because I what was it did the tour guiding up
yeah,
in Blarney Castle back in 2017, I think 2017, 2018. I did the tourism up around there just before coronavirus kicked in. Ruined my work for me. So I'm more comfortable with the McCartys than I am with the O'Sullivans. Don't get me wrong, I could talk away about the O'Sullivans like there's no tomorrow. And then there's the reenactment group as well. I don't know if you've seen them yet, Owen, but the last O'Sullivans, they're a reenactment group, and I think they're absolutely amazing.
I know who it is. I've seen them online.
Yeah.
It's Crohor. Uh, I know him. And I talk with him sometimes on Facebook, and I can't remember
Mm.
his name. He does. He's in. I think the same guy is involved in a lot of reenactments. He
Oh
does
yeah.
about he does O'Sullivan Beara. He does something to do with
Yeah.
Spanish
Does.
people, Spanish soldiers.
Mm.
And he does something to do with the French as well. He does various ones.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
and I see that around here he does like in Kerry Museum, etc.
Mm.
Never when I go there, so I've never actually seen him.
Jesus Christ! It's funny how we're meant to be all a part of the same world, and yet we keep missing each other. Because that
Yeah,
was the
yeah,
same last week as well with Melissa Shields as well. Is how she's part of the same world, but everyone keeps missing her as well. Like
yeah,
it's funny how it works like
yeah.
that sometimes.
Okay,
We would
I'm going to give out to someone. Someone has mentioned the book of Conor McDarry.
go
No,
on.
don't read it. It's an invention. He's an American guy who pretends to be Irish
Oh
and
no!
tries to write saying that the Irish are the real Hebrews, stuff like that.
Oh Jesus
Um,
Christ! I don't know if I should, especially how everything is so sensitive politically. I don't know if I want to dive into that.
no, it's just it's fantasy literature.
Yeah.
Creevan's making an interesting point. Based on the genealogies, if the Irish went by primogeniture, the Sullivans would be king.
Mm.
Which Sullivans, because they kept splitting. But the Irish did not have primogeniture.
Mm.
They had a different system.
Yeah.
Theoretically, the most able person in a generation would become the heir,
Mm.
which was had some advantages and
Mm.
had a big disadvantage. A big disadvantage was constant fighting. Um,
I thought the Irish were the real Irish. I have a joke cooking in my head there, and I'm not allowed to say it because then we'll definitely all get banned. That's the white version. Oh God. I'm gonna find a question here that's actually innocent because some of you guys are asking bold questions there, which will get myself and Owen kicked off of YouTube. What was it called? Kevin, you were asking about the map earlier. I got the map up for you, and I was going to elaborate actually, because it's the era of the Nile of the Nine Hostages. And although we know of Loigra going over and attacking, what was it called? What is modern day Welsh area. What's your interpretation of Nile of the Nine Hostages? Do you think he existed, and if so, do you think he attacked the Loigra area, or do you think he was just pinned down up in Pickland?
That's a good question. Did he exist, or was he various people?
Oh, various people, you say?
Yeah, like
Hmm.
so you have a group that's traditionally starts in Connacht, and they expand into the north into Donegal first, and then they also expand towards Meath, the two branches of the Enale. So, and then each of those branches again splits. So you suddenly have a number of very powerful groups, all claiming descendants from this guy, Nile of the Nine Hostages. I have a feeling that there was some sort of ancestor, but what the claims for this ancestor probably what this ancestor actually did probably took a couple of generations for them to move. There's a lot of stuff that wouldn't have been true, but there could be other some stuff that might well be true. You have the emergence of Ken O'Connell in Donegal, Tyrconnell, and then Ken Owen in Inishowen, and then moving into Tyrone, and then you have the Southern Enale. And like the fact that they claimed some sort of common descent, to me, there was somebody important going back. Whether he went to, because I think the traditional view of his death, the traditional tale is he got killed in France.
Yeah, that's one of the versions of it. All right, because he was.
I don't think that's true at that part. No, but did he go to England? Did he raid England? Very possibly.
I actually think they did raid the north of France. To be honest with you, just because of what was happening politically with the Roman Empire and the fact that they had those connections. Because I was talking to someone else as well, because they all fit in with the great what they refer to as the Great Conspiracy. It's called, where people believe that all the barbarians, both in around maybe perhaps in Britain, but definitely on the mainland of Europe, how all the Germanic tribes suddenly attacked Rome all at once. And some people believe that perhaps the Irish were in on it as well. So that's where I do believe there may be something there that may show. Go on.
I would not rule out Gaelic Irish raiding France, Spain, but whether it was the Enale, that's my doubt. Because if you look at the map you have above you, to raid Roman Britain is easy enough, but for a group from the northern half of Ireland to raid France is much more difficult. For a group from like where the McCarthys are now, yes, it's 2 weeks and you will get there. So it may have been possible. I don't think they're nailed. Jesse's just asking, are there any records of Roman landings in Ireland? Not of the Roman army, but there were connections. Like in North County Dublin, there is this place that they're still excavating. I can't remember the name. It's Doon something. And about 20 years ago, some people saying, oh, this was a Roman military fort. It wasn't, but it was probably a trading site.
Yeah.
Because they found Roman stuff there. And I think either in Tara or Newgrange, they found Roman coins.
Yeah.
And I'm fairly there's a lot of Roman stuff turns up. So, and like, if you look at St. Patrick's writings, he gets kidnapped by Gaelic Irish and brought back to Ireland. and then he spends a few years in Croagh-Patrick, and
Yeah.
then one day he gets fed up and he crosses Ireland and probably ends up in Wexford.
Mm.
And there's a boat, there's a merchant boat heading towards either Roman Britain or Gaul. I have a feeling Roman Britain. So, it would not have been the only boat.
Mm,
So
mm, mm.
there was a lot of coming and going. It's also possible that many Irish would have, at some stage, served with the Roman army as
Yeah,
auxiliaries.
I have that book. Actually, ooh, book is actually right next to me right now. The one that actually talks about that. Can we get that one up or
It's
not?
kind of all
Like,
faded.
yeah. The light's acting funny on it. But regardless, Ireland in the medieval world, AD 400 to 1000. What I'll do actually is I'll just get it on the screen there. But yeah, absolutely fascinating time for sure. What was it called? There was a few questions that were popping up. Oh yeah, who was the Irish prince? Actually, I'll just put it here. Who was the Irish prince that supposedly lost his kingdom and went to Roman Britain to help take over Ireland? Do you guys think it
You,
was a fake
you,
story?
you find that in Tacitus.
Mm,
I think in his book that they call his Agricola. Agricola was his father-in-law,
yeah,
um, and so it's the whole book is basically he's bigging up his father-in-law, saying he conquered all of Britain, including the north of Scotland.
mm,
There's a famous story where they're like he goes deep into Scotland and defeats the there's a lord there whose name he gives I can't remember, but he gives a very famous speech, which is against empire in a way, in that they make a wasteland and call it peace.
mm,
Um, and in the middle of this story, towards the end, he said that this Irish prince comes over to him. He's lost his land, and so he's taken refuge. And he says, "Oh, can you help me go back?" And not Tacit, Agricola thinks about it and said, "Yeah, maybe if we send over a couple of auxiliaries, we could do that."
mm,
But then later on, I think he comes to his senses and realizes no,
mm,
like sort of it's a whole different island, etc. So he doesn't do it. Was it a fake story? Um, I think it's possible that it was true because it
mm.
makes sense. Like Ireland was not part of the Roman Empire,
Yeah.
but it had loads and loads of contacts.
Mm,
And like just get on a boat and you can people have rowed from Dunleary. I know someone who rowed from Dunleary to Holyhead.
yeah.
uh it's they would have been in contact. And like if you're jumping ahead to say the post Hastings, I think two of the sons of Harold fled to Ireland.
Yeah.
So as someone is just Johnny Vegas, do you think Roman legions could have taken over Ireland or no? um they could have come and won battles, but I think they would have had a hard time conquering the whole country,
Mm, mm, mm.
because like they would have had to build roads. They would have to do a lot more. It would have taken a lot more. Like it took the Romans essentially three efforts to conquer the south of England,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I think Caesar came over twice and then Claudius.
Mm.
So it was
I'll just get that book up for the lads there. We're
yeah.
asking for it in a bit. 1 second, there is actually. There we go.
Someone is saying boa night in Portuguese. Boa night, Marcus. Eu falo Portuguese.
Oh,
I lived for many years in Brazil, so
mm. I'd love to go over to Brazil. I say it's very, very nice.
very warm compared
Oh,
to
is it?
Ireland. Yeah.
Well, okay, now it's bloody scorching compared to bloody Ireland, and the humidity. Humidity must be in Brazil must be very bad as well.
In Rio, it's really, really, really humid. But
Yeah.
if you go to Brasilia, your nose will bleed because it's so dry. It's the
Mm.
opposite.
I heard the Vikings wouldn't even mess with the Picts. Well, I suppose it was a typical. tick for tat for the people in that region and the Vikings. And then I think it depended on the situation sometimes as well. Because sometimes you have Vikings in Scotland that take over entire islands or, take over entire spots. But then in other situations, they seem to marry in with the locals as well. So I think it depends on the warband and the situation. The problem I have when it comes down to those details, like I heard the Vikings wouldn't even mess with the Picts. It's very much, Picts versus Vikings, when in reality, what you're dealing with is war bands that at times could be, from the region of Norway and Denmark, because even at the time that Norway and Denmark are very mixed amongst themselves, but also in the fact that these war bands could also be mixed with the local Picts as well. So in reality, it's not from a nationalist perspective of, the Picts having a flag and they're fighting against the Vikings who also have a flag and they're having an ethnic war against each other. There is a thing of, at times, you do have a mixing of war bands. That war band could be mixed up between, especially when we go into the 10th century, could be mixed between Picts, Norwegian people men from Luckland, Norway area. You could have a mix of someone from the Gael, someone who's a Fenian. War bands of the early medieval period, especially looking into the 10th century, could be very mixed at times. Now, granted, in the 7th century, may be more difficult to, especially when boats weren't as powerful as what you would see in the 10th century. You wouldn't have that much mixing of the war bands. And I'm also saying it's not always the case that you would have very mixed war bands as well. There are cases, if you read Finn Cycle, that you do have, us Gael Finn who speak Old Irish, being annoyed and angry at these Norse-speaking men of Luckland, Norwegians, and going out there and attacking them. So it's not always a case of everyone's mixing together perfectly, but at times you do have friction, and you also have them mixing up as well. So it can be quite complicated at times. So my ultimate answer to that one is it's not always a case of, Picts versus Vikings. It can get very mixed at times as well.
And also the Picts as a group, by the Viking period, they were kind of fading out. And did they ever call themselves Picts? I don't think so. Picts comes from Rome, from the Romans. And when the Vikings came, the descendants of the Irish who'd gone to Scotland were already deep into Scotland. So probably no one would have been calling themselves Picts in Scotland. Sort of the Norse established places for themselves along the islands of Scotland, and then they move into Ireland. In the south of Ireland, they set up settlements which become cities. And this is neglected. They get defeated in the north of Ireland. The Northern Inel defeat them and try to boot them out. I know some historians say that this led to the underdevelopment of the north, but Brian Boru did very well because he had the Limerick Vikings with him, and he was able to bop up and down the Shannon, and also you had Cork, Cork, Waterford, Wexford, Dublin, were creating income and innovations that the southern groups in Ireland, Gaelic groups in Ireland, were benefiting from, whereas the Northern Inel sort of lost this innovation. I don't fully agree, but I think there's an interesting point there. It makes you think about it.
Maybe for the Kennel Owen, maybe. But Clonmacnoise was heavily connected with Dublin, so
it's more than Northern Inel, Kennel Owen, Kennel Connell, and they defeated the Norse up there. Something else I find interesting, if you look at some of the annals, you will see, especially in the north, the Irish using ships and having naval battles with the Vikings and defeating them at times.
Yeah.
That disappears. That disappears in Irish history. Like
Yeah.
when the Normans come, there's no Irish ships as such.
Mm.
It's the naval history is something very
I,
bizarre in that sort of
I,
way.
I think the O'Neills and their men of Connacht as well that seem to continue developing their long ships and stuff into the pirate ships and stuff as we get up to the era of Grace O'Malley and stuff. But it's interesting because I was doing that for my classes last week. Is the way O'Neill is able to beat back the what was it, the Hiberno Normans or whatever label you want to give to de Courcy and also King John's forces as well, and also de Lacy's sons. The way he's able to beat them back is actually using navy. He uses his navy to go around and attack places up around Carrickfergus and stuff as well. So yeah, it is interesting. All right, like how at times you
Because
can forget
if
about
you
this
look
stuff.
at what's his name, he was the son of Neil Glundov, Hertig of the Leather Cloaks. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if I'm pronouncing his name properly. His story is very interesting in that he gets taken as a hostage or captured at some stage, and
Mm,
then he escapes. But then he gets ships himself, and he leads his ships way out away from Ireland.
yeah.
So there was a shipping tradition which disappears. We've both been given a job now. We're going to be teaching after Christmas in Texas.
Oh,
So we've
what's
just been
going on
asked to
here?
teach.
Could you teach
Uh,
Irish history at? If you're paying for flight tickets, no problem. I go tomorrow. To be honest
no,
with
if you give me the job, if I'll go and teach in Texas. Just as long as I get paid,
you. Mm,
I'd love to. I
mm,
might get a bit burnt to a crisp, but
mm. No, I'd easily jump. Oh yeah, because that's on your side as well. Yeah, should no wonder if we can on you be gone tomorrow. Especially over to Texas. Well, the how many Irish Americans are in Texas still? I wonder. Because I do remember every single time we talk about Texas, somebody wants to bring out the St. Patrick's Regiment and how they fought against Texas actually
yeah,
with the
the
Mexicans.
Mexicans,
Yeah,
the San Patricios. Okay,
yeah.
now we've been given a second job, Iowa as well.
Uh, do you have any places we could easily jump into? I'd be gone tomorrow, especially if my plane ticket is paid for. But you pay for your own plane ticket, would you own?
Yeah, well, I'll play. I'll get a cheap Aer Lingus to New York or something. I think they may even do Dallas.
Mm, 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 mm.
I'd like to
First,
go to. Where is it that they have good music? I think it's Austin. They have South by Southwest Festival and stuff like that. So
oh really?
yeah.
I have to pop into that one because I do know about the cowboy. Because the what was it called? Anytime I get talking to a cowboy up around Texas and stuff, it's always about cattle raiding. Because obviously, men of Texas love to talk about their cattle the same way we do down in the south or in the Kerry Cork
Well,
area. Like,
Billy the Kid was Irish,
oh,
and some people reckon that Billy the Kid was Irish speaking.
mm, I didn't know he was Irish. I actually didn't know
Yeah.
that. Yeah,
I'm
I should
not sure if he
actually do
was born in. I think he was born in the States, but from an Irish family.
that.
And I've read somewhere that it's some people believe he could speak Irish.
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me at that era. They were there's a story of a group of Connacht men that they just for the life of them couldn't learn English, and they were quite what was it called isolated when they were in the States and stuff, and people felt quite sorry for them. Because they couldn't walk straight up and ask for work and stuff because they struggled speaking English because they were speaking Irish like. So yeah, I am aware that there were people going over in the boats and couldn't speak any English whatsoever. Like,
And I know that if you go to, I think, Newfoundland,
mm,
uh, which in Irish is, I think, Talavon Isk, the
yeah,
land of fish,
mm,
which is a good description. There are Irish Gaeltachts and I think Scots Gaeltachts in Newfoundland, and I think there are also some villages that are Portuguese speaking
Jesus.
from Portuguese fishermen.
Did not know that no whatsoever. Another question as well for anyone who's American in the group chat as well. What's the crack with people learning Irish over in America right now? Because I do know there's just random groups of Americans starting to relearn Irish again. Irish American. This is obviously Irish American communities and stuff. there was a President girl. She was originally Ulster Irish, and she's part of one of the original families that live in the south of America. And just by herself, she just liked the sound of Ulster Irish, and she started learning Ulster Irish by herself. But then she opened up a YouTube page and started teaching Ulster Irish on YouTube. And I was like, God, it fucking blows me away that you have some girl lives out in the middle of nowhere in South America, and South America, the what was it called, up around the Alabama, all those areas around there. She lives out in the middle of nowhere, and then just as a President girl as well, just started learning Ulster Irish by herself. Like, I thought that was incredible. Like, you know. But
Yeah, I know. I think there is. I know that there are a couple of universities that do offer some sort of Irish classes. I think Notre Dame, or I know they pronounce it differently, which is I think it's in South Bend, Indiana. It's an odd place for a very Irish university. It specializes. It has stuff, and I'm fairly sure that one of the universities in either Boston or New York has Irish courses there.
yeah,
Like you'll have some people specialized in Old Irish and stuff like that. Some
yeah,
PhD students and stuff like that. And with the amount of people who've gone over
yeah.
time, there must be a few Irish speakers there. Yeah, someone is Honey Drip is saying they're teaching Gaelic here in Canada, Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, Cape Breton. They're all giving the Atlantic coats the opportunity to learn Gaelic as a second language.
That's great news to hear. Like, it would be absolutely amazing if we could get what was it, any of the Gaelic branches of languages up and going again in Boston and New York. That would be brilliant, especially if it's we'll try to get Munster Irish to go. Really, really, really annoy the Leinster men for sure. Like, because it's always bloody Leinster Irish that's pushed to the front. Do you know? And I'm not even a fan of the other Irishes. I just like Munster Irish.
I like them. I like all, but I have difficulty understanding Ulster Irish.
Oh, really? Ulster
Yeah,
Irish is funny. I do like it when people are speaking Ulster Irish, but I do find it, especially on the tongue and stuff, is very, very funny. Like,
yeah, and they have different sayings, and
mm,
like where I live was a Gaeltacht until say 50 years ago,
yeah,
uh, and it's kind of coming back. But the Gaelgoers around here really insist that there's big differences between South Kerry Irish and West Kerry or Dingle Irish.
mm.
Um, Sort of, but like, yeah, Tá
Well,
Gaeilge ag Éirí Bio. Well, yeah.
what was it called? I,
Bostonians are weak these days. I think we started some sort of fight in the chat between
I just,
different parts of the
oh,
state.
I just decided I'll wind up the boys there for the crack, and I'll get this one up as well for you. But what was it called? There was another question there I actually really, really liked as well. One of my favorite battles of all time, and the reason why I like it, I think I was reading it in a certain interpretation, this one, and I just imagined fellas down in Cork, when they were looking to raise this, when the war banner went up, and you have the Anglo-Saxons with the men of Ullid invading into the Enale territories. But I could just imagine, some fella down in Cork hearing that the men of Britain, or however they were worded, I think they were men of Saxon or something, however it was worded, you'd have some small boy running to what was it, a ring fort, a farmstead ring fort, and some Cork fella hearing that pretty much the equivalent of the English are invading, the English are invading. And this Cork fella just dropping everything he had and just going running as much as possible up to Ulster to go fight the Saxons. I could just imagine that one. It was just the way I was reading it, and I just imagined the Cork fella running over his farmstead ring fort as pictured here, and just not stopping, just keep running until he gets up to Ulster, and then just fighting the Saxons. Like, I think this battle for sure is kind of like every Corkman's dream, just to run up and fight
Yeah,
the English.
it's it's probable there was a battle,
Mm,
but like I just threw it up on Wikipedia, and Wikipedia is saying, biggest battle ever fought in Ireland,
yeah,
50,000 on each side.
yeah.
Uh, I don't think so. Maybe it was like 500, maybe even 1,000.
Mm,
It's uh, the annals have this habit of, and throughout history, like
mm,
uh, numbers in battles is completely. You just have to take with a huge pinch of salt.
yeah, yeah.
Like you'll see throughout medieval history in every country, 100,000 people on each side. And if you actually calculate how to get like 100,000 people in the same field, it's one big field, and
Mm.
it would take the army hours to get all of them there. To get
Well,
all of
once you
them
get
there.
up, yeah, exactly. Well, it takes months, isn't it? Once you get up to 100,000 as well, you can't have a battle. It turns into a series of battles. They camp out on both
Yeah,
sides, and they end up having a series of battles. So it's obviously insanely questionable when people turn around and say, "Oh, well, they finished the battle in a day." It's like, did they? I have fought a 100 versus 100 battle, and that takes an hour, 2 hours to get through, because you have to do how it works. How a battle works is people get into line formation and they start poking each other. But you have to remember, people like it's one thing when you're doing training and people go up and they poke each other and stuff, and they're very brave. But when you're dealing with real weapons, people don't want to die. So they're very hesitant trying to poke each other. And when somebody does get stabbed in the line formation, people panic around that one person and they try to pull him away, trying to stitch him up. They get him onto a chariot and he's off. And then the next person fills in and they start poking away and stuff. You get these images of people grinding up what's in front of them, and that's not the case. You get people are in there and they're trying to poke and prod, and these things drag on for hours and hours and hours as they're slowly grinding each other up. But on
and
saying that, go on.
you also have the problem of control.
Yeah.
Like one of the reasons for the Mongols' success is had a they developed a system whereby I think using flags they could control the different parts of the army.
Mm,
Um, but like you can see, like one of the battles in the English Civil War, I think the last big one. So Prince Rupert's charges, I think Cromwell's cavalry and drives them drives them away. But then these guys they keep going straight, and they see Cromwell's or the parliamentarian baggage train. They say, "Well, hey, money," and
mm,
off they go to start pillaging that, and they play no further part in the battle, which means that the parliamentary force is not defeated,
mm,
and
mm.
that sort of thing happens. Like sort of, you have a big army, and when the battle starts, the different sides are doing different things,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
like even nowadays with radios and telephones and stuff, some commanders will go and do their own thing.
yeah.
Like the charge of the light brigade, sort of they the guy goes down, gives them the commands, and kind of gestures, and then they go in the wrong direction. They go straight to
Oh,
the guns and get blown
mm,
to pieces. And
mm.
that was 150, I'll say 175 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, big time. Like, just heading back to numbers there as well, because it's a huge part of that conversation for sure. Another thing as well is to keep in mind if we're looking at the numbers for the Crusades, which is large, massive numbers that are coming out of Europe and both from Germany, France, and England. And we're looking at large nomad troops that are coming out of, Central Asia and going into what was it called, the Middle East and into the region of Jerusalem and stuff. These are also humongous armies, and they're getting a sum of 100,000 troops on both sides. That's 100,000 there, and those are huge, huge, massive forces. Going against each other like bloody rocks. Now, on saying that, Crusades aren't my field of expertise, but if the Crusades, with their humongous forces coming out of Germany, England, and France, are only able to get up to 100,000, and then that's the same from the Middle Eastern side as well, where they're the majority of the force that Egypt is able to put together with Saladin, and Saladin had a terrifying, very, very scary force, was only able to get up to something lower than 100,000 as well, because he was able to bring in forces from Central Asia, which are the nomad forces and stuff, such as the Turks and stuff, and the Saracens to join up with his caliphate. And they're only hitting 100,000. If you have anything of Ireland saying they're hitting 50,000 or 100,000, I don't think it's real. I just have a funny feeling about that, you know?
Yeah. Well, like, for example, take 100,000 Saladin. That may have been his total force, which would have included the garrison. I presume he held Jerusalem. Of the garrisons of the various cities. His field force would have been much less. Like, in the last years of the 9 Years' War, Mountjoy's army was officially something like 14,000. His field force, if he was lucky, was 3,000 to 4,000, and that included a lot of Gaelic soldiers who weren't part of the list, because the rest were in garrisons and sick, because they at that stage you could expect every week to lose a certain amount of soldiers to sickness or desertion. So
time.
You have an army, probably at least half won't be able to join you in a battle.
Big time.
Unless you are like, the English in the 100 Years' War coming up to Agincourt, where you're marching across territory, burning and plundering.
What's crazy about Henry V's military forces is absolutely tiny at that stage, because of both everything that was happening politically inside of England itself, and the fact that, as you said there, illness, sickness, and disease, that his military force was very, very, very rapidly and quickly falling. It's a complete miracle that Henry V had won the Battle of Agincourt. When you look at everything that was against him, in total, what's 4,000 men in these days considering? Are you talking about the medieval period or in?
No, I think he's talking about the 9 Years' War. It for the English, they didn't really have an army in England. They had sort of a militia, the raised bands. The Spanish would have had bigger one, but they wouldn't have got that many men into the field. Like I probably makes, like, in the big battles in Flanders, you might say had 10,000 on each side. In the 30 Years' War, it would have been a bit bigger, but it's only really in the 18th century that there's a big jump, and especially with Napoleon, there's a huge jump.
But that's the magic of going from, there's an entire series of books on it, regiment. The problem is that it's not only is it not as organized as it was during the period, but also on top of that, you have retinue that cost a fortune. And when they're killed off, that's, a whole load of money chucked in the bin. But at the same time, very, very effective. Like, if you look at the Norman cavalry, for example, you could have as many peasants as you wanted in the military force. Those Norman knights were going to plow through you like there's no tomorrow. So which way are you going to invest in? Are you going to invest in 1,000 peasants, or are you going to invest in 50 knights that are just plowing through peasants like there's no tomorrow? Because, and you can...
I was going to say, then again, you could get your knights, your Burgundian knights, and they're going against the Swiss, who've learned how to use pikes, or I'm not sure if they didn't call them pikes, and they destroyed the Burgundians in a couple of mad battles. Yes, most of the time your knights will gallop into the peasants and drive them off, unless the Swiss, and then the English discovered that the Welsh had these magical bows, and it took the French, I don't know how many battles, Crécy, Agincourt, and several other ones, like where they just they charged into the English, and the English used their longbow to slaughter them.
Oh yeah,
Um,
and what was great as well is the fact that the English had adapted. The Scottish War of Independence, although the English were effective, it was also a massive wake up call for the English as well, because there's so many tactics that they took out of the Scottish War of Independence and then redeployed into France as well. Even putting stakes in front of their longbowmen, they
yeah,
literally just stole that from the Scottish. And then instead of having pikes, switching over to pole arms. And then from pole arms, you could see the entire development of the English armor advancing from there. And like it's an entire arms race from the French side as well, because the French start to adapt, developing their cavalry charges. And they're even trying to mix it in with the crossbows and everything. Like the arms race is wild. The
yeah,
only problem I have is that we come at it from a very Anglo interpretation. Now, granted, the English are winning a lot of early battles, but it's still the French still outrace the what was it called, the English with cannons. That's how they eventually beat, what was it called? What they did eventually at the end is that would line up their cannons, soften the English from range, because the English longbowmen couldn't beat the cannons from range. And then once they were softened enough, then go in for the cavalry charge and smash them down, which I seen in from regiment to what was it? Yeah, from retinue to regiment. The Italian Wars, where it explains how at that point going into the Italian Wars, the French had learned to use scope to the formation using their cannons, soften the English or whoever enemies they were fighting, and then going for the cavalry charge. But then what happened? The Swiss reintroduced the pikes into the formations again.
and also the Spanish beat the crap out of the French in the Italian wars in the Battle of Paiva, and they had more cannons or something. And
Yeah,
they used some different tactics, and they even captured the French king. The
yeah, they did, didn't
French
they?
kings got captured all the time, it seems.
But the pikes were like once they got up to that level of discipline, and this is
Yeah,
the magic then of getting away from retinue, because the problem is those knights, the knights are still effective. The problem is that knights were getting more and more and more expensive. But it didn't take much to train up a bunch of men in pikes. You know, if you got those peasants and you trained up on pike
yeah,
formation, you're just burning time. And that's the time for training them. You're not burning as much money. It does not take much to shove on some padded armor or whatever armor they have. And those guys have no problems picking up armor after a battle as well and getting a blacksmith to reforge it around the body and stuff. So those peasants, just because of time and discipline, was more effective. And that's how you see the entire transformation from, as the entire series of books explains, from retinue to regiment. Like,
yeah. But at the same time, the English kind of their successes in the
mm,
100 Years' War, they forget the fact that they lost the war.
mm,
And where once they were innovating, their army kind of stagnates, and they think that the longbow is a super weapon,
mm.
and they're holding
Yeah.
on to the longbow until late in the 16th century.
Mm,
They're innovating in their ships, like with so they're able to do quite a bit of damage to the Spanish with their ships, but their armies are crap,
mm,
because like it's taken them a while to realize that guns are better than longbows. Yes, longbows can be used very effectively, but you need a mass of very well trained people. Whereas
mm,
if you give a whole pile of people a week's training with a musket, they can do quite a bit of damage.
mm.
And like sort of, if you're marching around with a bunch of longbow men, they're going to be dying, like
Yeah.
just from disease, etc. So you
Mm.
need to be constantly training,
Oh, yeah.
whereas peasants need to be in the fields, like growing crops, as
Yeah.
opposed to as opposed to just training with the longbow.
But it's getting funny now, as because for a very long time we switched back into, the common man, which was the regiment era. But now we seem to be getting back into the era of special forces again. So it's funny how we've gone kind of full circle, going from knights who were, the retinue and stuff, specially trained, special armor and stuff, and then going into the period of using peasants to do warfare forever. And now, and it's weird again, because it's because of cuts. cutting back on all these common people that we've been hiring to fill our military forces. We're now switching over to what was it called? Special forces to now do all the fighting and stuff. So it's funny how we've
I
gone full
find it
circle.
funny that, like, look at World War II. Almost no armor.
Yeah.
Now look at armor has come back.
Oh yeah, big time.
They even say body armor, etc.
Yeah.
Someone's asking a question there about just to return to Irish history.
yeah.
How big do you guys think Rathcrowan Mound was in its prime in ancient Ireland?
Wasn't that? I got what was it called? The alleged Mountain Bailey of it, but I don't have the site itself. 1 second, I actually could probably, while you're chatting away there, I could actually get the site.
It would have been very big, and it was one of several. Like you've Tara, Owenmacka, Rathcrowan, Dunallina, and Cashel. I think that's them all. They were the kingly sites, and they would have all been very, very big. And like the picture you're showing is just one building in it. If you go to Tara is huge. And I think what we know as Tara and the Hill of Tara, there's probably stuff nearby that has disappeared over time and has disappeared into fields, etc. So all of them would have been very, very, very big. Johnny Vegas is mentioning another one, a hill fort. Hill forts are slightly different. The kingly sites.
Is that the moment you were talking about there, or is that the wrong one? Not yourself, but what was why had the comment just a few seconds ago? But is that one the?
I think that's Rathcrowan. I think that's a picture of Rathcrowan because all of these sites, they would have been used for rituals or ceremonials as well, and like they've been. I mentioned earlier tonight about what they found in Tara. They've been doing huge research for 20 years on Tara, and they're finding more and more stuff. But I don't think they've done as detailed research on the other ones. I'm sure if they do, they would find other stuff, like using LIDAR. There could have been big henges and stuff around like that. So these ones, on a day-to-day basis, there mightn't have been many people around there at all.
Yeah.
But on certain days, there would have been loads.
Yeah, it's wild, and our imagination can probably go absolutely wild as well. I just want to pop into this Asian one just to get this one. Oh, it's completely disappeared. I can't find it. Oh yeah, this one here. Funny enough, during the medieval period, China only had a force of 100,000. So we do imagine, especially because of modern history, that the Chinese are able to field billions of people on the battlefield all at once. But that's not the case in reality. I've only ever come across them fully unified, by the way, raising a force of 100,000. And then under the Mongolian, under the Mongolians, they were able to raise a force of 100,000. And then they wanted to use that 100,000 to march on Europe. But what happened is that trying to get to Europe, as Owen O'Neill had pointed out early on, the logistics of that, trying to get them over to Europe, was an absolute full-on nightmare. So the Mongolian Chinese never invaded Europe because the logistics of trying to move a military force through the Silk Road was this is when the Silk Road was at its peak, was still an absolute nightmare, like, you know.
But they reached Poland.
That was the smaller military forces, though. Yeah. It wasn't the big 100,000. If the 100,000 one came into Europe, we would have been finding it very, very difficult. But on saying that, you do have the smaller military forces that did break into Poland and Hungary. But they also found the problem is that the Mongolians learned very quickly there is they found the woodland and uneven ground of Europe very, very difficult, and the stone castles. The thing is, and this is what people kind of trip over, is the stone fortifications in China were on perfect ground. So it didn't take much for the Chinese engineers to undermine, because the Mongolians were hiring Chinese engineers to undermine Chinese fortifications. In Europe, the problem they were having was that because the European castles were on uneven ground and there were stone fortifications on hills, uneven ground. Those Chinese engineers weren't able to undermine or destroy the stone fortifications. And this is around 1240. So in 1240, those stone fortifications were pretty untouchable by the Mongols. The Mongolians would just like gallop around it for a good few hours and then decide, oh, we can't penetrate this. We'll go off, move on to the next site. Like, although they were very good at destroying wooden fortification, what was it called? Wooden castles in Europe and stuff. When it came down to stone fortifications, they didn't penetrate any of them.
Yeah.
What was it called? What was the next lot of questions? Do you see a question there I can jump off of? Because I'm quickly zooming past here.
Someone's asking about Queen Maeve. I think they should dig up Queen Maeve's burial mound to see if she was real or not. Her stories, loved her stories against Cuchulainn. I think if they excavated the burial mound, it probably is a burial mound, but there's no way of knowing who is there. And I think in the Bronze Age, most of burials were cremations.
Yeah.
So, you know, you'll probably find, like in Tara and the Mound of the Hostages, I think there's bits of 400 bodies. It's like a massive amount of people were in there. Maybe Queen Maeve's one, there's less. Was she real or not? I don't think she was real. I think she may have been some sort of deity beforehand. And then she kind of became a baddie. Whereas, like, if you look at Cuchulainn, if you look through Cuchulainn's stories, he's a bit of a psychopath. He kills everybody. Like, sort of, it's a bit of a video nasty at times. A lot of the versions that come to us have been because they got translated in the 19th century and the Victorians censored them. So he doesn't come. He comes across as badass, as opposed to someone who slaughters everybody, including loads of people by mistake. But I think a lot of those stories were told just to entertain people as a story. The way people like to read comic books or whatever. They're good stories. It could be there were some sort of historic stuff, like some mad cattle raid, or undoubtedly there was interprovincial friction. But as a Queen Maeve, like Cuchulainn, I think he's just a video nasty.
And I was, what's it called? Somebody was talking about the Gallowglass. Get the Gallowglass Kerns and winged hussars together would be some army. I like the Hobbler horses though. I still, don't get me wrong, nice. What was it called? The Polish hussars and the Hungarian hussars were absolutely magnificent. Don't get me wrong on that one. But I also like the usage of the Hobbler horse in Gaelic forces, to be honest with you. They were nice, quick, and nimble, especially in the usage of them during the 100 Years' War. But I think our buddy that we were criticizing earlier is going to have a bit to say on that one as well. Fergus.
Yeah, if you think of it, the winged hussars, I'm fairly sure you can kind of, in Poland, Ukraine, etc., there's huge amounts of flat ground.
Yeah.
It's great. Like, so you can send off your hussars and they can go for kilometers and kilometers and kilometers. Whereas in Ireland, if you have a cavalry force, after a kilometer or two, they're going to, maybe with the exception of the Midlands, Kildare, anywhere else, they're going to be running into forests, running into bogs. The horses are going to get stuck in a bog.
Yeah.
It's there is a geographic reason why the Anglo-Normans did well in some places and not in others. Like one of their first defeats was the Battle of Callan in which is at between Beara and Ivra. It's mountainy, boggy country. It's Ireland is not good for mad hussars to be galloping around the place. They'd kind of be galloping in circles around the Curragh.
Yeah. With the terrain and stuff, Hoplo horses definitely have the huge advantage, and they were used very effectively. Especially, did I bother putting up that bloody photo to do Art McMurray Cavanagh? Because you can literally see him using that
You
Hoplo
put it
horse at
up a
its peak.
while ago. You put it up a while ago.
Oh yeah, I do actually. There we go. In this one, there's Art McMurray Cavanagh there on his Hoplo horse, and something to really, really note, and everyone pays attention to straight away, is the fact he's got no stirrups on. And a lot of people I've read argue the fact that that helps with jumping on and off of the horse when you're doing no cattle raid and stuff. Regardless, it's always something people pay note to. And and also the fact he can ride that bareback as well. He doesn't need any saddle or anything to sit on while he's galloping as well. So they jump onto that bareback and also with no stirrups, and they would fly around the place, especially around the woodland and stuff, be able to peek out from the trees, throw. Because if you look at this drawing there, if you look at the background and stuff, Art McMurray Cavanagh is actually coming out of the trees and stuff, out of very uneven ground, to throw javelins at the English knights. And the English knights find it very difficult to follow Art McMurray Cavanagh into the trees. And when they do, he's got his kerns, his cattle raiders, waiting inside of the trees to ambush the English knights and kill them. And that's what they do.
Yeah. The thing about stirrups cushion you. So if you're a knight and you're going to charge, you're using your horse as a weapon. You're using the force of the horse. You're going to hit someone and knock them out of the way, or bash into another horse. You're using your lance or whatever. So your stirrups hold you. But if you fall or your horses fall, you're out of it.
Yeah.
Whereas when you don't have stirrups, you can't clash. You can't do. It's not shock. But if you fall off your horse, and especially with a smaller horse, you can you'll jump back on again as long as you don't hit your head or anything.
Yeah.
And also, the horse is carrying a guy who's not carrying, I don't know how heavy armor was of an armored knight, 50 kilos or something. So it's going to be easier for that horse to carry you.
Yeah.
So it can go faster. Like if you're caught in an open field, good night.
Yeah.
But most Ireland is not open fields. And that sort of horse is going to be much nimbler. Yeah. Also for scouting, etc.
Oh, definitely. And someone else is pointing out there as well. Just jump over to this one, set this one up. There we go. So I apologize for anyone I skipped over. I'm just kind of plucking questions out, to be honest with you. So I do apologize for anyone I skipped over. So were the boglands not ideal for grazing? I just put up a picture of the house during the late medieval period there. This is where the clans, as we refer to them as, would have stayed during the late medieval period. But as you can see there, that's grand for farming and stuff. But you can see in the distance there, uneven ground, forestry, bogland and all that stuff. So if English people were coming in here and trying to siege this castle, I just assumed straight away the main military force would just go even ground and stuff. They would just allow the English, if the English came in there with weaponry to take that castle, I just assumed that the Irish would just let them have it. They would just retreat back into the uneven ground and stuff. Wait for if the English are there to fight them. Just wait for them to go into the forestry and then attack the what was it called? The English there.
Boglands are not ideal for cattle grazing, but as long as there's not big pools of water, you can graze cattle, and people still do. They graze cattle on bogs because there's grass growing, there's other plants growing, so that they can eat. The thing about it is, you can bring in your cattle, but going on a horse through a bog is very difficult. Going on a horse wearing armor on a bog is a great way to get stuck
and get killed.
Yeah. The bog will suck you up. Go into a bog now, and it's going to be much slower to walk through a bog than through an ordinary glass field. And then even when it dries a bit, if there's been cattle there, cattle leave marks in mud and stuff like that. And when that dries, it's very, very hard to walk on. The Kerry Bog pony, yeah. Interesting you mentioned that, because that breed had almost gone, and then there's a place outside Glen Bay. This guy has reconstructed the village, but he has rebred the Kerry Bog pony. I think it's him and 3 or 4 other farmers have recreated the breed. So I actually see the Kerry Bog ponies a lot, because I drive past that place a lot. Anyway, when I'm going to Killorglin, Tralee, Killarney, I'll drive past, and I'll see them grazing in the field. I think most breeds of horses will ultimately be of unknown origin. Like, when does a pony become a Kerry Bog pony or something like that? I don't really know, to be honest.
I'm just going to delete the slide here so we can get the Kerry Bog pony, because I actually found the photos to do with the Kerry Bog pony. Absolutely gorgeous pony. It's like something that came straight out of the medieval era, to be honest with you. When you hear about these smaller horses that were perfect for medieval warfare, there it is there. Brilliant, like absolutely gorgeous pony, but looks way more medieval than the modern interpretation we keep getting with the Hobler horse.
Yeah.
This one here, I would say definitely is more of a medieval horse for sure. It doesn't look like it's bred to hell like the way we have today. Like, it's much more smaller, way easier. If I was to throw buff to gallop up to someone, but also throw those javelins, get away, but also hopping. You can imagine hopping on and off that horse very, very quickly to do an old cattle raid, hop back on the horse again and fly off. Would you say this is more of the standard pony during the medieval period?
Yeah, it could have been, because like they would have been used to like carry turf and stuff like that, or carry butter. So they're not ponies that are built for big cavalry charges. They're I don't know how fast they are. Probably at the time they would have had bred ones that could go fast, but like he's one that can get you through the bog. They would like, especially in their own way, they would know where to go. Jesse says he looks like his pony, a Welsh pony cob. The fact that small horses eat less is very significant. That's actually a very good point. Because I know in Gaelic Ireland, at times the lords would use their big fields, their big herds of cattle as a weapon. They would put them to eat all the grass. And then move them away. So then the English army would arrive, and they would have no grass for their own horses. So therefore, they'd have to bring supplies for them.
Yeah, I fully agree with the comments as well. Like, that pony, you're like, wow, that's so easy to jump on and off of when you're doing a cattle raid.
It has small hooves that cut through the bog. Okay, that's it's beyond my knowledge, but if you're saying that, it's probably true.
And is that an advantage or disadvantage to have the small hooves that be able to cut through the bog? It's not going to get stuck.
An advantage, because it's less, like you're displacing less, like less chance of getting stuck. If you think, what's that big the Clydesdale? You know, that big massive horse that they were that was used for in farming at the end of the 19th century. Putting that into an Irish bog, you can just see it sinking and getting stuck. Whereas this guy would just go past, stick out its tongue, and say, "See you later."
Creative Contestants just jumped on just at the right time as well. Someone who would actually. Rachel, you know a good bit about horses as well during the medieval period.
Yeah, I do actually. How weird is that?
Yeah, it's weird. Speak of the devil in your shoulder.
Speak of the devil.
But
she pops onto the line.
Yes, I do. Hold on a minute. Let me connect to the actual.
Yeah, take your time
so
there.
I can hear you properly, and you can hear me properly. Oh goodness.
We were just talking about the Kerry.
Okay, there we go. Fantastic.
This one here.
Okay, so what's your question about that adorable pony?
That's the Kerry Bog pony. What do you think of it? Absolutely gorgeous.
It's so cute. Oh, But so my experience with ponies is that ponies are super mean. I'm just going to put that out there. Ponies,
Oh, really?
ponies, they have small animal syndrome, right? So, it's like the small version of any member of the species is always the vicious one. So ponies are devious and they're bastards. The bigger the horse, generally the gentler and kinder it is. So, but ponies are hardy.
I had 3 ponies that came to live outside my house for a few days once. They escaped from a field, and they turned up, and then my daughter fed them. And then the next morning, I hear hooves outside my front door. And they stayed for 3 days until there's a knock on the door and the farmer comes to drag them away.
Yeah, ponies are super devious. You have to be very clever to keep ponies in check. So yeah. But on the positive side, ponies are really hardy. So they're very good at specific kinds of terrain and specific tasks, right? You don't use a pony if you want to go fast and far, or fast. Use a pony if you want endurance. And if the terrain especially is really uneven, ponies are good because they're lower, their center of gravity is lower and they're less likely to slip in the mud and fall over. Right. So
just imagine that one, because that one's perfect, as the people are saying in the comment section as well. This pony, the Kerry Bog pony, would be in my opinion as well, be absolutely perfect for cattle raiding, being able to jump on and off of that little pony there, and then being able to do your little cattle raid, jump back on the pony again, and then fly off again with the cattle and stuff that you're trying to move into the spotlight. And if you're on this big modern horse, like I reckon a cattle raid would be very difficult, even trying to go next to the horse, cow, trying to move the cow and stuff. I think it's even easier to move it by on that little pony.
So the ponies might not convince the cattle to go anywhere, but I mean, it would be easier to get on and off. But here's the thing: we know that medieval knights, for instance, and I'm going to assume that probably medieval Irishmen of all their flavors as well, trained to be able to vault onto a horse's back in armor. So, and I mean a destrier, I mean a full war horse. So I think probably for medieval riders, it was less of an issue to be able to jump on and off a horse quickly because they literally train for it their whole lives. And like I said, we know that from manuals by, knights like Charny and Boucicaut, who basically wrote, a how-to guide on being a knight. And one of the exercises in Boucicaut is in fact somersaulting onto a horse in full armor. So, and we're talking, that's 14th century Black Prince rig, right? So you're not talking some kind of light lamellar or whatever. It's, So, I mean, I could, the reasons you would use a small horse, honestly, in Ireland, and the reason that the hobbler horses were so popular is because your terrain sucks. You've got
as the Mongolians would say if they were to invade.
The terrain is terrible for horses.
And then on top of that as well,
if you're a peasant, you could say the terrain is a feature. So that the Black Knight and his friends are not going to reach you because you have a big bog around you.
I mean, I call that making a virtue of a vice. I mean, it's like, well, our situation sucks. How can we frame this in the best possible light? Well, at least the English can't get to us. Isn't that a positive?
And the Vikings.
We can't get to us either, but whatever.
But you remember, Owen, when was it Desmond Fitzgerald and he was asking for grants off of, what was it, Henry VIII? He was getting grants off, it was either Henry VII or if it was earlier. He was getting grants for bridges in Mallow. Every single time they would send him, the King of England would send him over money for a grant to build a bridge, he would just pocket the money, and it was the same with roads. He was, Ireland are terrible. Why don't you give me money? They would send him money over. And he would just put it into his pocket as well. And Owen, do you remember as well? It was what was it when Hugh O'Neill switched sides and he jumped onto the same game as well of here, I've got no roof on my castle here. Will you start sending me over money here? And Elizabeth started sending him money over, and he started pocketing it. He was like, she's like, I'll just thatch the roof. It's grand.
It wasn't okay. The true story there is a bit different.
Is
He
it?
was, yeah, he was given money. He was allowed to have a company of soldiers,
Yeah, yeah.
but he kept changing them over to train them.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then he was buying in lead supposedly for his roof himself.
Yeah.
But every time the lead came in, they melted it down to make bullets. So Elizabeth wasn't paying that. Elizabeth was paying for his guard, his company, but he was changing them dramatically and training them.
Yeah. There were some boys back then, very, very cheeky, all right, weren't there? And there was another one. Oh, yeah, the donkey one. You haven't come across, because I just thought this was funny. But time all the mad stuff that was happening on battlefields and stuff, I could imagine somebody at some stage doing it with the crack at least, which is I'm bringing a donkey into battle. They were very good help in a battle, LOL. And someone else including onto that as well. I like donkeys. But I just imagine at some stage some medieval lord just for the crack jumping onto a donkey. You two haven't come across any, I haven't anyway, but did you ever come across any records of somebody jumping on a donkey?
Oh God, no, donkeys. No, being put on a donkey in continental Europe is a way to humiliate a knight, right? No. No, you put your traitors on the back of a donkey, right, facing backwards, and you lead the donkey through the streets so that they can be pelted with feces and all kinds of unpleasant things on their way to be hanged, drawn, and quartered. So no, I haven't read of any accounts of any knight doing that on a lark, because I think the symbolism on the continent and even in England was just a little too on the nose, right?
Yeah.
We know that medieval women, noble women, would sometimes ride mules, but that was not a downgrade. There was, the mule was recognized as being in some ways a superior animal, because it took the best features of both species, donkey and horse, and presented them in what was really a pretty gentle ride. And in fact, mules make appearances in Arthurian legends. When fairy queens and fairy ladies in waiting, for instance, come for the noble knight, there's a fantastic Breton lay by Marie de France. Well, she's the one who records it. I'm certain she didn't invent it. About Lonval, so one of Arthur's Breton knights, and he ends up falling in love with, and being seduced in love with. Wow, that's really not exactly what happens. He falls in lust with a strange woman in the forest in a pavilion worth more than all the castles in Europe at the time, and she ends up, telling him, don't tell anyone about me. If you tell anyone about me, you'll never see me again. And of course, like an idiot, he eventually brags about this beautiful woman he's in love with. And, he ends up not being able to see her again, but he cries and sobs, and eventually she shows him mercy and shows up at Arthur's court. And she's riding a mule, and so are her ladies in waiting. So the symbolism there is clear that the mule is not an animal, it's not a step down. The mule is not, because here's this fairy queen and her fairy ladies in waiting coming to take Lonval back to the fairy realm. So, it's actually the lay, this lay it's Breton, so it's from Brittany, but it actually has quite, it really, there's a lot of like Irish overtones to it, right? Like this lay could easily take place in Ireland just as much as it takes place in Arthur's court, right? Like the fairy queen and her fairy ladies, and the knight going and living the rest of his youthful, infinite existence with this beautiful queen. But yeah, they're riding mules, not donkeys. Donkeys were definitely regarded as a way to humiliate a nobleman and possibly a noblewoman, although of course there's the association between the Virgin Mary and the donkey that they supposedly used to flee into Egypt. So
no, I do. Yeah, you're actually completely right there as well, because it's the same thing with the Irish side as well, is the fact that the Irish would have seen this as Spitlers who would have been in Jerusalem and stuff when you had the of Saladin, who captured one of the other generals from the what was it? Was it Knights I can't remember if it was the Knights Templars. The Knights managed to capture him anyway, and he shoved him onto Saladin. That did that. Captured him and put him onto the back of a horse. Sorry, back of a donkey to humiliate him in front of the other crusaders and stuff. And maybe you could tell me if this is real or fake as well. Did they Saladin and stuff used to get water and just kind of chuck the water out into the open desert to show, hey, look, I have infinite amount of water, but you guys have lack of none, that I can literally march around the desert for days with my main force that's made up of nomads, Turks, Saracens, etc. And you guys would burn out very, very quickly, especially with your white skin and all.
So my freshman year of college, I actually was a medieval studies major. I realized quickly that was not going to be the path to a career, so I changed to languages. But point is, I had a fantastic seminar my freshman year that was the Arab historians of the Crusades. So I actually studied the Crusades from a variety of primary Arab sources. And I don't remember reading that in any of the Arab chroniclers that I read, which doesn't mean it didn't happen. It doesn't mean it's not true. I haven't encountered that myself. Although knowing the man whom we call Saladin from the sources as I do, that certainly sounds like something he could have and would have done. Because
I think the source for that is there was a big battle. I think it's the Battle of Hattin. I don't know how you pronounce it, in which Saladin, he basically surrounded and cut off the main Crusader army, and he was really annoyed with the Templars. I don't remember why, and he gave, like, the Crusader army had run out of water because they were marching through the desert, and he was leading them on. And then he allowed most of the Crusaders to drink. But when it came to the leaders of the Templars, there's some story, I don't know how true it is. I think it's probably from the Frankish side, shall we say, that he supposedly came along with a cup of water and then poured it into the ground in front of them so they couldn't drink it. It's how true that is, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was the fact that the the men of Jerusalem went out and attacked Saladin's forces, and something about the locals being killed and stuff, which pissed off Saladin, because he had that agreement on beforehand that he would protect.
Wait, Philip, it sounds like you're quoting from the movie Kingdom of Heaven suddenly.
Oh, am I? Oh, so that's completely wrong, is it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that happens in the movie Kingdom of Heaven.
In Kingdom of Heaven, I think they kill Saladin's sister.
They massacre a whole bunch of people and then kill her in the end as well. Yeah, that definitely sounds like something. I'm not saying that it's not based on some kind of historical reality, but the problem, and this I learned in my seminars about the Crusades, and then as I've studied more history, the sources are certainly not neutral. They are biased, and they're trying to present a certain emotion, and they're trying to evoke a certain response from their audience, and they're trying to depict their side as being, most people don't want to be the bad guy in their own story. So they're trying to depict themselves as the victims and or the heroes. So, I will tell you that when we compared Arab historian accounts of a battle, for instance, to the Christian historian accounts of said battle, they didn't really line up very much. And one side said, well, the Christian said the Arabs had 300,000 warriors and they only had 5, right? And then the Arab historian said, well, we only had 2,000 and they had 100,000. So these history in the 12th century, which is the Third Crusade you're talking about, is not as much history as it is fiction with a kernel of truth, right? So it can be very tricky to use some of these chronicles to actually figure out the truth. That's why you need things like archaeology, and if you're really lucky, maybe some bodies in that archaeological record to help you actually get to the truth of the matter. This is why a time machine that allows us to just watch and listen safely from the comfort of our offices would be fantastic for the study of
Mm.
history.
Oh, 100% agree on that one. Just as people are coming and going, Owen O'Neill has to pop away there because he has to get back up early again for work. And Mihal has texted me in there. He's pinned between different jobs, so he can't rotate in as well. So that's grand on Mihal's side. We'll see Mihal again anyway on Wednesday, so that's perfectly fine as well. I'll see you there, Owen. Buy me a coffee. If you guys want to support Owen O'Neill's work, definitely head over to his what's it called, YouTube channel. And also as well, you have a new video up as well covering Elizabeth and what was it? Elizabeth in Ireland, isn't it? Yeah. Could you advertise and tell us a wee bit about that as well, Owen, if you don't mind?
It's basically a discussion looking at Elizabeth's record in Ireland, which to say the least was negative. Whereas she was a very good queen in England, and in Ireland she was not, for various reasons. Like her government was quite corrupt in Ireland. They were fighting with each other the whole time, and she basically didn't want to have to do anything with Ireland. And the whole English elite was very prejudiced against the Irish, especially the Gaelic Irish. So it results in a whole pile of wars, etc. So it's just looking at that. It's what my doctorate is on, essentially. So
nice. Other than that, Owen, thank you so much for coming on today. Myself and Rachel will take over now, and for the most of this chat now, we'll end up continuing bitching about not just the movie Kingdom of Heaven, but also other movies as well. And also and also going to be bitching about hygiene as well. I was talking away to Rachel this morning, and you woke up with comments to do with a hygiene, wasn't it?
Oh my God, yeah, because I someone asked me what medieval movies I like, and my answer is generally none of them, because they're all terrible. When it comes to sometimes the history itself is terrible, but the costumes, the medieval material culture, the depiction of the people, their level of cleanliness, it's all terrible. And I spun a short out of that, and that has gone viral. And I'm getting all kinds of people coming in saying, of course they were dirty back then. They couldn't possibly have bathed. It was too cold in the north. And, poor people couldn't possibly have been clean. Everyone was covered in filth all the time, and everyone stank. And it's so frustrating because this is not based in any primary source that any of these people have read, because they haven't read a primary source usually.
Oh, of course.
So yeah, I feel like all I've done the last 2 days is just repost the same response, which is medieval people were probably not any dirtier than we are, and here's how we know it, right?
Oh, for sure.
Especially because a lot of these people are from America or from Europe, and they don't travel outside of those places, and so they haven't seen that the majority of the world isn't as clean as they think it is.
Oh, 100%. Like, right, I'll see you there, Owen.
Okay, it's 2 a.m, so I better go.
Yeah, go to sleep well, go to bed.
Be back up early again. I'll see you when I see you.
Okay, see you then. Slán.
See you. Slán go fóill. See you when I see you. Bye. That's great.
Oh my God. It has just been, it is. And everyone asking me for recommendations on so-called good medieval movies when it comes to the clothing and the sets and the material culture and that aspect. And it's like, I can't think of any. Now, granted, I haven't seen every single historical medieval film that's been ever produced, but I can't think of any offhand that are movies that actually have good quality depictions of medieval people in their lives, clothing, sets. I can't think of any.
Actually, I seen a black and white movie. I can't remember which here. But it was a movie. Would you believe it? It was a black and white movie of Henry VIII court. And this was around the same time that the original Henry V had came out. So just before then, there was a movie to do with Henry VIII. And I actually thought the costumes in that were insanely good. I seen that movie and I was like, what? How is people from 1920 able to, first off, make costumes perfect to the Tudor era? And on top of that as well, even the acting was bang on perfect. It was a black and white movie. I thought it was more entertaining than most of the stuff that's coming out these days. And I thought the costumes were way superior. And I was watching this entire movie completely entertained and spellbound by the standard of costumes. And I couldn't understand for the life of me why we couldn't do the same standard today. Like, even, don't get me wrong, the costumes that we've seen in the recent Tudor TV show with John Rhys Meyers in it, it wasn't the worst out there, but it wasn't.
Wait, which one was that? Because there's been so many series about the Tudors recently that I can't even keep track.
Do you remember the one that came out in the 2000s? It had the Irish actor playing Henry VIII, a very skinny Henry VIII compared to...
Oh, no, that was terrible. For the women, that was absolutely awful. Egregious beyond all belief. It was nothing but evening gowns and modern glamour makeup. It was disgusting. Like, these women are not wearing anything like Tudor clothes. Yeah, no, that was horrible. And he was always dressed in leather, right? Like, his clothes were all over the place. He was wearing clothes from the late 16th century, from the mid 16th century, I don't think I ever saw him in anything that was actually appropriate to the era, because that's supposed to be young Henry VIII. It starts off anyway, right? Early on in his youth, right? I don't think I recall I saw only half of an episode, vomited, and never looked again. But the stills I've seen, I've never seen a still of him wearing actual early 16th century Henrician clothing. Yeah. He's always wearing, and there's a lot of leather. So no, that was pretty terrible too.
But the
he was hot, but he wasn't Henry.
Well, it was my mother. Would you believe it or not? Jonathan Rhys Meyers comes from my hometown, and the locals didn't like him because he was a bit wild. But my mother used to get on with him so well. But just before he first did a movie, he was an extra in the movie Michael Collins, which is about our historical hero and everything. But he had a bit of a pause where he couldn't find any work for a little bit, and he couldn't. He wasn't making that much money. And one day he went up to the till to pay for his shopping and stuff. And he goes with his car to pay for the money, for his food and stuff, which was his shopping for the week to feed himself. And the fucking car didn't work, didn't it? Because there was no money in the account. And my mother straight away felt sorry for him and is paying for his shopping at the time. And you could tell in his face he was over the moon. It was like that, thank you so much, kind of relief on his face when my mother paid for shopping. But my mother was like, that's grand, perfectly fine. So he went off anyway. And she came back 2 weeks later after he got another job over in London and stuff. And he went up to my mother. He was already had a few drinks and stuff. And he came up with he had a big box of chocolates for my mother and also a whole load of flowers for my mother, thanking my mother so much for paying for his shopping. And my mother was like, no, it's grand. It's grand. It's grand. So I always had really great stories for Jonathan Rhys Meyers, a really nice fella. Definitely my mother's eyes anyway, but his acting was something that definitely saved that TV series for sure. Because the problem is not just for the clothing, everything, but the whole team was always hit or miss, just wild when it came down to historical accuracy, because it's the same team then that took over with the Viking TV series, right? Where once again, absolutely amazing when it comes down to very interesting script writing and also amazing acting. The acting and the interesting script writing, although not historically accurate a lot of the time, sometimes completely wild, does still keep people gripped. You have to say they're pretty good at keeping people gripped, but sometimes the script writer, his name, although he's very, very famous, completely out of my head, he's very good at keeping people gripped, but he does go, he gets a piece of history and then he goes completely left flank at times, especially with the Viking TV series, where it didn't start off too bad at the start. It did some wild stuff at the start, but not the worst. But at the very end, whoa. You had random kind of Mongolian Rus nomads who magically, in one scene, they're in Russia, in Moscow. And then, which, by the way, it shouldn't have even been Moscow. It should have been Kiev.
It should have been Kiev. There was no Moscow, basically, in that era. It was like a nomadic village at that point.
But somehow 1 minute they're in Moscow, next minute they're in Kiev, and then the next minute you have these Mongolian Rus nomads suddenly then reappearing in what was it called, Denmark, in southern Denmark.
In Denmark.
I was like,
okay.
yeah. And I was like, and they were doing a raid, and because they were getting revenge on the Vikings and stuff for their raid. And I was thinking to myself, how did these flying horses? Because there was never any point of them going onto a ship, and explaining how they got the horses onto the ship and stuff. But then Denmark. So I was there to myself watching this, going, wait, are these flying? Like, what the hell? So yeah, the final season of Vikings is special, all right. Like, you know.
But you know, so
horses.
someone was commenting in the comments under that short that's now at like 80,000 views in 24 hours, which is insanely high for me. I've never had a video that successful. But someone commented that they prefer watching Asian period dramas because they don't take place in an actual historical court. It's like some king that could have been, but is, you know, the names of everyone is not historically correct. But then, you know, they can go ahead and write a completely fictitious story and no one's historical sensibilities are violated in any way. But they also try to at least get some of the things about the clothing correct. At the very least, it's colorful. Yeah. People aren't covered in literal feces and there are colors.
Oh no,
so,
I can't highlight enough.
You know, that's my problem with these historical dramas, is that they purport to be historical. If they were just fantasy, right, then I wouldn't care. But the second you start making free with actual monarchs, with actual real historical figures like stories, and inventing major events out of whole cloth, then it's a problem, because most people these days don't read their history, do they? No, they watch it on TV. So we have millions of people in Europe and God knows America, possibly Australia, who have a completely wrong idea about our own history, because the only way they learn it is through these terrible movies and 100%. TV shows.
But this is where I do rant as well. I have to be careful what I say, because most of my friends worked on the Viking TV series and they want to do more stuff with the Vikings and stuff. But at the same time, your disappointment I had when it came down to after, as you guys are pointing out there, after season 4, where they had on the show, and Ivan Bonus in reality was King of Dublin, right? Why did he then go off to, you know, Russia? Why? And in fact, because I remember going up and bugging the creators and stuff of the show, just a 1-to-1 when I was drinking away with them. It was like, oh, because Russia was popular at the time, Russian history was popular at the time, you know, the Rus Vikings and stuff, and so they decided to move Ivan the Bonus from the TV series was meant to move from. The main center point was meant to move from, what was it, Norway, England, over to Ireland, because the fighting now was going to be in Ireland with the likes of Flann Shenna, the King of Dublin, who was Ivor the Bonus at the time. That was meant to be the main focus. And instead, because the Rus were popular at the time, this completely changed the script and just moved Ivor the Bonus from Ireland over to bloody Russia to go fight.
What
was it?
No.
Yes.
No. Oh my God.
Yes, this happened. Did you not watch the Viking TV show? No.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I saw the makeup, the hair, and the leather, and I couldn't get past it. So no, I did not.
And people, it felt like a complete betrayal, because of the fact is everybody's pointing out in the comment section, it was all filmed in Ireland. So it's like, oh my God, why would you do this? You know.
So it was filmed in Ireland, but set on somewhere on the Volga. That's fun.
Yes. Yes. Well, to be fair, it was filmed from the very start. So there is parts where it's meant to be Norway and it's meant to be Denmark and also meant to be England, but it's all
it's all Ireland.
Yes. Yes. But then going into, as guys out there, going into season 4, it was meant to be actually in Ireland when Ivor the Bonus goes back to Ireland. So Ivor the Bonus at the very start is, right? So he was meant to go back to Dublin. And this is what annoyed, as you can see there in the comment section as well, this is what annoyed so many people, is the fact instead of filming it exactly and be historically accurate, like Jesus Christ, imagine that, no, they sent them off to Russia. So they completely rewrote history. Might as well at this point, like, sure, we'll send them to Russia instead to go fight the Russians. Nomad Russians as well on horses. Yeah.
And so, what about, you know, I don't know, some Olmec warriors from, you know, first millennium Central America? Why not? If we're going fantasy, we might as well embrace it. Right?
Oh no, they did actually go to America to go fight the Indians. That did happen, by the way.
No, that is actually historically true. We actually have that's the interesting thing. So from in like the 9th and 10th century mostly, I think 10th, we have historical records of, you know, the Norwegians mostly, but you know, making their way, Danish also making their way into Greenland, and then, you know, Canada, and getting into, you know, semi-pitched battles with the natives who were there first. So that's actually historically accurate. And in fact, there was a settlement in southern Greenland until the 15th century, which a lot of people aren't tracking. So that is actually historical. But Olmecs from Central America are not part of that equation.
Yeah, it's wild. All right. That's also very important. The sagas of Vinland is also really important as well, because it gives us an insight of women defending themselves, because in it has, what is it called? The natives in the area going in and attack, because they get frustrated with the Vikings. They go in and attack them. And in it, we actually have accounts of Viking women trying to defend themselves with whatever they can get a hold of, which is something very interesting in itself, because you mostly have this argument amongst people of, well, you know, women wouldn't have defended themselves. They just let themselves go. And it's like, what? No, you know, because you always,
it is, there's no woman who's actually ever been in danger who would say that.
Yes. But yet you get comment section and stuff saying, because when you turn around and you're trying to teach women martial arts and stuff, you have at least a thing of, well, if the settlement is attacked, you take Ireland, for example, I'll go over to the ring fort, because we always have this argument all the time. If the settlement is attacked, the women do go up and defend at least the, and so on and so forth, right, with their spears and stuff. But you have people that turn around and says, no, the women are submissive. They would literally allow themselves to be taken away with these men. And I'm like, right, you know what's going to happen to these women, you know? And I think to be butchered then have what's going to happen to them. So I think they'd rather get weapons and defend themselves. And then it goes into this whole thing then of, would these women be allowed to learn martial arts? And I'm like, yeah, because in, mythology, there's loads of Irish mythology of women not just learning martial arts themselves with, but also teaching men, young boys, young Ugluk, martial arts as well. But then people are like, oh, well, that's mythology. You know, you don't really expect that in real life.
Okay, so let me give you some non-mythology. In the early 16th century, Baldassare Castiglione, a courtier in the court of the Gonzaga court in Italy, publishes a very famous treatise called The Courtier, Il Cortigiano. And it actually reflects back to a conversation that he claims happened in the 1490s. And in it, they debate the traits of the perfect courtiers, the perfect male courtier and the perfect female courtier. And in it, he actually states that it is acceptable for women to learn to fence. That's late 15th century Italy, for God's sake. So if misogynist late 15th century Italy is saying, yes, you should teach women defense, then I'm going to bet that much more gender egalitarian first millennium Ireland is also teaching their women some form of martial self-defense. I'm just spitballing here, you know.
Oh, big time. Because as we point out there, Ireland has, myself and Owen were saying this earlier, Ireland has way more rougher terrain. And so it produces more kind of a martial arts society. rather than in England and stuff where they can rely on the cavalry chargers just to smash on through the enemy and stuff. And so what you have is people, you know, especially Irish and stuff, ambushing and then using their likes of their bucklers, their swords, their, you know, whatever they can get a hold of. I'm trying to find a good picture now with a buckler on it. But regardless, I think most of you know what a small shield is there for. And they don't have bucklers because they're stupid.
Right.
Because you get that sometimes where someone's like, why would you have... Oh, there we go. We can talk about the new book as well and bitch about that for a wee bit. Or talk polite about it. But here you can see on the new book, The Gaelic World at War, you can see this Kern, a cattle raider here, and he's got a buckler on him.
Right.
And bucklers are great for martial arts, you know, being able to block, parry. They move way quicker. I've used the buckler I don't know if you've ever used the buckler.
I have, and actually my first husband was an expert buckler fighter.
Really?
In a fort, yeah, he could win in armored combat, in armored sword combat. He was, and his buckler was small. And the reason he had to use the buckler because as a typical military special forces guy, he destroyed his shoulder, right? So he couldn't actually lift a heavy shield anymore. Yeah. And so he used sword and buckler, and he was able to fend off people with not matching weapons, by the way, using that plate-sized shield on his hand. It's very versatile, right? People don't realize just how much you can actually, you know, fend off with just the edge of that very manipulable buckler. So yeah, no, anyone who denigrates bucklers clearly has not used them or isn't skilled enough to use one properly.
Oh, 100%. I just apologize to people there. I'm actually experimenting and playing around with the camera there. So if you find that annoying, I do apologize for that. I'm trying to get the perfect one. What I'm trying to do is trying to get us on screen, showing off the buckler at the same time so you guys get a good view of the buckler, but also trying to show Rachel as well. And I cannot, for the life of me, live on stream, get the perfect one.
Unfortunately, it won't. I don't think it won't let you choose which part of that still you actually show, which is annoying because we don't care about his belly, I guess, is what we're looking at right now.
Right? Because if I was to do this perfectly, I would have Rachel on the top here, right? Then I would have the book here, and then I would have the book zoomed out, and I'd be like, yay, that's perfect. Now I can show the example, show off the book, and show off Rachel as well, as she expresses herself and the importance of that buckler there. But can I do it? No, I can't. So yeah, I do apologize to everybody for my experimenting there. For that, but you know, sometimes if it works, it comes out much better. But sadly, at this time, it did not. But yeah, I fully agree with you, and I wish I bloody can show off that bloody buckler there. But yeah, sadly, I can't right now. I did have it somewhat decent until I experimented with it, but you know, it is what it is now.
Right, we just have to go with it.
I know, right? Why are you showing off that belly there? I don't know. It's just strange. Oh, that's also another thing I need to bitch about with you as well, is this book as well is meant to be, if we could just get somewhat, we'll have it just like that so I can show Rachel just for this second here.
Right.
The book is meant to be set between 1366 to 1547. And I had a lot of people asking straight away, what is the story with those big, massive... what's it called, in the arms? You can see how it's just
the
hanging
sleeves.
Off sleeves.
Yeah, the
What's
sleeves.
The story with the cover of the book.
So that is highly 16th century, as far as we can tell. Sleeves, that style of sleeve, and even held that whole kit to me kind of has very 16th century, very 16th century vibes. That padded, that doesn't look very. Anyway, no. So those sleeves, that's the tunic, right? That's what some people call a lena. If you're using the Irish term, it's called a shirt in 15th century English, right? That's we have no evidence of those big ginormous sleeves and the that things are dyed yellow really until the 16th century is where it really takes off. Before that, we unfortunately the evidence we have points to that shirt actually being narrower in the sleeve. And if you think about it, that is a highly impractical sleeve right there. That is conspicuous consumption at its best, but that's going to get in your way when you're trying to fight. It's going to interfere with everything you try to do. It's going to foul up your own weapon as much as it's going to foul up someone else's. You're gonna, like you could get the haft of your spear tangled up in that, for instance. I think that's spear and buckler, right? Yeah. You could get the haft of your spear tangled up in that thing, and that would be embarrassing. So this is what people think is the typical quintessential medieval Irish look, but it really isn't. It's as far as my research has shown, it's limited to a very narrow, that style is limited to about 100 years from maybe the end of the 15th century. I may have found a depiction of what I call the earliest big sleeve tunic that I've seen in Ireland from the end of the 15th century, but it's not like that. It's not, it comes to about here relative to the arm, and it's just kind of this angel wing looking thing. So yeah, sorry guys. Ireland is a dynamic place throughout the entirety of the Middle Ages. The Irish are adopting all kinds of fashions from all over Europe. They are going with the flow. What other people wear, they're generally wearing. The differentiation doesn't really start happening until the end of the 15th century and into the 16th century. But that's true. That's true across most of Europe, right? So for most of the Middle Ages, Western Europe, the silhouette, like if you just kind of took a cutout and didn't look at the details, the shadow of a person wearing their clothes, the silhouette would be basically the same. Excluding Iberia. Iberia is a weird place. Like the Iberian Peninsula has got its own thing going on. But whether you're in Sicily, in Rome, in Frankfurt, in Paris, in London, in Dublin, if you got a shot of the silhouette, it would basically be the same. A couple of exceptions there are those caftan style coats that come into fashion in the North, because the Norse are interacting with the peoples from the East who do have that caftan style garment, right? But that's also a briefly lived fashion, and it goes away after about maybe 100 years of being worn and popular. So for the most part, the fashions aren't really that differentiated. It's not until you really get into the end of the 15th century that you see serious differentiation, where it's not just a question of, oh, well, in Italy, they scallop their sleeves this way, whereas in Paris, they scallop them that way. Whereas, it's like, wow, no, the shape of this garment is drastically different from the other garments in other places.
For sure.
So I hate to tell people that, but it's like, it's just...
because like
what the evidence says.
Yeah, because I've seen people depict the Irish in the Viking era as being dressed like this in the 16th century, and I'm like, nope. You should be looking into the Book of Kells. Can I find the Book of Kells? I literally just had him on for a second. I apologize for this one. My plan was to go bang bang. Nope, that's not happening right now. Just give us 1 second there. I had him just for a second ago, and I've accidentally deleted it. Maybe. Look at me, I'm special.
But yeah, I mean, exactly. You're going to show the Book of Kells, which depicts people dressed in very Byzantine style fashions, which were, or even that, which is not Byzantine style. So that might be, but is that the Book of Kells, or is that earlier?
No, that is the Book of Kells.
That is the Book of Kells. Yes, it is. Yeah, it is.
Kells warrior, but you're right. There is, like, obviously he's a cattle raider, so he's dressed.
Right.
You can see that with his quarter-length pants,
right, and his buckler.
That's his buckler there, and the what was it called? Spear or javelin. Apologize about his sausage being hanging out there, and also on top of that as well, it's debated if this is a cloak wrapped around him or if that's a tunic. That's massively debated between academics and historians. But yeah, you're right. Like, that's completely different fashion to what you see in the 16th century, for sure.
And you'll see he's not ipso facto depicted in something that's yellow, right? So, and even the documentary evidence, so the epics and the poems, they talk about the Lena when they describe them as being all kinds of colors, right? All sorts of colors. It doesn't have to be, and yellow is like one of the rarer colors that is actually mentioned. So, it's not associated heavily with Ireland as being something that's Irish really until the 15th century, where there are laws passed against women specifically actually
Oh,
having yellow smocks. And then in the 16th century, it gets even more, Henry VIII gets even more oppressive with it. So,
but you're bang on right. Like even if you look up here, what was it, between 1370 to 1420? With I know this is a recreation of Art MacMor Cavanagh, but here it depicts him again, very, very, very colourful, right?
yeah,
No dark colours that we were bitching about earlier with the
no,
movies and stuff. Like we know now, if Hollywood was to do a movie on Art MacMor Cavanagh, he'd have to have fur all over it, black fur just completely covered on him. He'd have to be seen as a savage Irishman. Him with colours, no way. Hollywood would never ever depict
no,
Art
no, it would do,
MacMor Cavanagh
and it would be
uncolourful.
fur from a freshly slaughtered animal, not even
Yes.
tanned, still dripping with blood.
Oh, chuck it down. There's another very good question towards myself. Can y'all define Gaelic? What's the origin? That would be when I say Gaelic, that would be the native Irish people that live in the area. So obviously, this is a very simplified map. At the time, there is no correct borders. There's lots of borders in this one. In reality, there is no borders until the arrival of the Tudors. That's not how Ireland functioned at the time.
Yeah.
Ireland was a king group system. So you would have had all of these, what they refer to as Tuat, king groups. And so what that basically means, when you walk into a clan's area, when you walk into a family's area, you'd walk into their, this is their Irish Tower House here, an Irish castle. You'd walk over, you go through the gates, and when you go in there, you wouldn't just be greeted with one family. You'd see multiple families mixed inside there as well. And they'd be a mixture of, if we take where I live, they'd be a mixture of the McCarthy's. You'd have English people in there. English people being mixed in there. You'd have a mixture of like the likes of the Anglo-Irish, the Hiberno-Normans as they were referred to earlier. Although, what was it called? Rachel isn't the biggest fan, like myself, the biggest fan of the word Norman side of Ireland in the medieval period. But what I'm basically saying is that a king group is a mixture of people. Why is it a mixture of people? Is because Ireland believed in king groups that were made up of marriage alliances, it was made up of fostering, and it was made up of adoption adoption of course as well, but mostly marriage alliances, fostering, and also taking hostages. So if you had another clan and you wanted them to be loyal to you, you take a hostage. But also, if you wanted to show, hey, look, I'm loyal to you, we're practically blood brothers and blood kin and stuff, I would give you my child over as a fosterage. So I'd allow you to foster. So you wouldn't just have marriage alliances, which permanently link those two clans together. You'd also take children as well, and you'd spread them amongst them between the age of 7 to 14. So once they turned 7, it was expected you'd go up to a clan that you really got on with, and you just give your child over to them, and they would raise your child. You yourself, as a show to show off how wealthy your clan is, you'd pay for his education. So every weekend you'd go up, give them all the stuff that they need to look after your child with. But it was up to the clan itself to look after the child. And because the clan itself also wanted to show off their wealth and how great they were, they would take care of that child even better than their own children, So, and it was the same thing with the hostages. Everyone imagines, I go up to your clan and I physically take the clan, the hostage over, which did happen. But because I wanted to show off how amazing I was and how saintly I was, I'd treat you even better than my own children as well. So those hostages, very well taken care of. It wasn't a case of, I shove you in the dungeon and just forget about you, which, by the way, does happen between prisoners. So it's not a case of, everyone was treated greatly inside the castle. There were oubliettes built inside these tower houses, which was influenced by France, and they would get prisoners and just chuck them into the oubliette. So it's not all like, oh, everything's rosy and great. There is somebody staying in that oubliette for sure. But my main point being is that there is no borders inside Ireland that you see in these modern maps. It would have been very, very mixed, and it depended on the seasons, because a lot of these borders are influenced by cattle raiding. So, one season I dominate this piece of patch of land here to put my cattle into. the next season, someone else could easily go over, take over that land and put their cattle in there. But at the same time, you could see how that would cause fighting and friction between cattle raiders. And that's why in Ireland, cattle raiders become very, very popular, especially then when you introduce, stealing the cattle. Because if you go in there and you fight for that land and the cattle is still there, you're gonna take that cattle in as your own if you don't go over just outright to steal the cattle in the first place, because you could also force a rival clan into submission by making sure they didn't have enough food going into the winter, which would cause them to go up, please give back my cattle and stuff, I'll give you my children over, so you can see how submission would be caused by cattle raiding as well.
But, and I think the thing that modern people forget when it comes to when we're talking about these children being given as fosters or hostages, we view children now as many people view them as a burden, right? As something you have to take care of. But medieval children were trained to be productive members of a household. So it was not a burden to take on a child, because that child would become part of the machine that is these medieval households, right? You've got all these people living in this tower. They all have a role, because there's very limited machinery available to do tasks. So you have people to do them, and children are part of that economy and part of that functionality. So it wasn't as much of a burden then as it would be now if you were to just, foster a child, for instance.
Oh, for sure. And so when people are talking about Gaelic society, what they're mostly talking about is the native people that lived up in the northwest of the island of Ireland. As Owen O'Neill had pointed out earlier, the thing is about the south, the south east of the island of Ireland, which you can see here, both referred to as the Pale and those blue areas there, is that they're all areas that have ports in Ireland. So they're very, very mixed, as we would say, quote unquote, multicultured, because they were the main ports of Ireland. And so it's there from the Viking Age onwards where you see, as Dr. Owen O'Neill had pointed out earlier, where you see the most development. But also on top of that, then, it lacks the native Irish people. So when people are talking about the native Gael people, they're talking about the northwest of the island of Ireland. That's where you get when people are talking about the native Irish people, they're talking about the northwest, basically where my mother's from. My mother, although she has an English accent because she spent a lot of her life in Manchester, when she got her DNA testing done, people were expecting her magically to have English DNA. And in fact, she almost came out as 100% Gaelic, except for random Eastern European DNA in there. But I think Rachel said there's a bit of a complication with the old DNA testing and stuff, that maybe it's more complicated than what we assume it is. But regardless, her DNA almost came out 100%. What was it called? DNA was almost 100% Gaelic, especially around the Sligo area, which indicates that perhaps maybe her family kind of lived in that area their entire life, as pretty much as we would say these days, like 99% of Europe, peasants. They basically lived in that area. Their ancestors lived in that area. Their ancestors' ancestors lived in that area. Compared to my father's side of the family, which was from Limerick, and my dad's DNA was absolutely wild. It's insanely mixed.
I bet it was.
Oh, it's crazy. There was DNA bits from Palestine and everything. We were just like, how is this DNA group popping up? It was wild, and straight away people's theories were going wild. I was talking to one medieval friend, and he was like, well, maybe one of your ancestors was a Knights Hospitaller and married to a Palestinian family or something, which is in the realm of possibility because of the links that the Crusaders had, obviously, in Jerusalem, So it is very much in the realm of possibility. But I have on my dad's side, where my mother was very much Irish Gaelic from Sligo, dad's DNA on their hand had a mixture in the whole Munster area, mostly concentrated in Limerick, but also, and that was only 60% of his DNA. The rest of the DNA was a mixture of Norwegian, Normandy, a good chunk of the rest of France as well, where I get my nose and like my features.
My nose, where you get your nose.
Probably. But you could see that with the features on my face, very, very mixed inside there. There was a bit of Iberian in there. There was English in there. There was like it was massively mixed. The DNA that was in Limerick, and that's because it was a port, you know. So you expect all of that mixing to be going on inside there.
Yeah, so I don't know if I get the impression that the comments I'm seeing might be delayed by like, I don't know, half an hour. Because I'm getting comments about donkeys.
Oh, donkey. Let me have a quick gawk there.
So
because,
I feel like maybe I'm not seeing the latest comments.
There is a delay. It was Jim O'Neill had brought it up. So what happens is on some of the computers and laptops, and I do apologize. I apologize for YouTube. But if you're on a laptop or a computer or something, or even some of the phones, anytime you hit an advertisement, what it does, instead of continuing on, it pauses the live stream. So what it does is that some people end up an hour behind, half an hour behind, but also anytime there's a slight kind of blip as you're watching the live stream, it delays it. So you start having delays in the live stream. Yeah, Donkey's old comments. Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God, how are we talking about donkeys? Am I in the right live stream even?
But that was just before you came on, so that was an hour ago now.
Yeah,
that's before you popped on, and we were talking about the Kerry bog pony, and we were talking about horses and
right. Yeah, it's been a while since we came away from that topic. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, I wish the YouTube comment section allowed edits. Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, but it's wild. Sorry about that, Rachel. Just heading back over to the comment section because they're talking about the English ports as well. And it is wild how English ports as well are very multicultural as well, even in the medieval period. What was it? Last week, we were talking about how even African DNA from West Africa appears inside of some of these ports and stuff. And even to my surprise was the fact that they found ethnic DNA, obviously not a direct person, but obviously someone of lineage, like their grandfather or something, was from West Africa. But this person lived out in the countryside, and that just blew my mind, you know?
Yeah, that was pretty amazing because, like you say, you certainly expect port towns to be colorful, shall we say? But when you're out in the middle of a nowhere hamlet, not even a city, not even a town, a hamlet, and you suddenly get West African DNA showing up in not just one of the graves, but several of the graves, it opens a window that maybe we didn't expect to ever have, and it shows us things we probably never expected to see in the historical record. But I suspect as we start DNA testing an increasing number of graves, we might, from that era, those numbers are probably going to go up. I don't think the numbers are going to go down. I don't think the genetics are going to get less diverse the more we test. So
it's going to be a very, very interesting one regardless. Also on top of that as well, poor Jim. It's Jim O'Neill is caught up an hour ago. That was the problem Jim O'Neill had last time as well in our last live stream. He was saying to me, and I think it's down to his computer. There's a massive delay in his computer, not just for advertisements, but every time he gets a little blip, where it breaks down a wee bit because of the connection and stuff. His thing goes back like 5 minutes or so. So poor Jim, poor Jim will be an hour behind, giving us helping us out and stuff. Because sometimes I get a bit stuck with references and stuff like that. But poor Jim is an hour behind. So. Yeah, and I assume it's the same thing with a few of these comments here as well.
Yeah, I'm just now seeing that I heard that Kingdom of Heaven was not an accurate movie. It was not.
Yeah,
it was. So it wasn't like the actors. There were some things about it that were accurate, and that impressed me. The King of Jerusalem of the time really had leprosy, right? Yeah. That was a real thing. Baldwin, he really had leprosy. His sister, that was true. She was a power player in politics in the Kingdom of Jerusalem in that era. So, there's definite overlaps, but the idea of a knight coming home and finding his bastard of a son, and I don't mean that pejoratively, who's been raised to be a blacksmith, and then in a training montage that can't be that long, trains him to be a puissant knight. That's not going to happen. That's years of training you need to achieve that level of skill. So that was a little incredible in the literal sense of the word incredible.
Oh, for sure. Like, still a good movie though. I loved it.
Yeah, I would refer to it as fantasy history. It's not bad, you know. It's the clothing's pretty terrible all around, but you know, Isabella, this French princess wandering around in a turban like that, it's not going to happen. Not in that era. Not even women, but women didn't wear them in that era. That's the thing. What fashionable women were wearing in Palestine, Arab women, they weren't dressing that way. So why would this French princess dress that way? That wouldn't have been her. That would not have been the thing that would have inspired her in terms of sartorial choices.
How do I be more Irish? I'll answer that in a second there. Rachel,
how do you be more Irish? You eat Kerrygold butter, drink Guinness, wear no shoes. That's how you be more Irish.
Just be a bog trotter like myself. You'll be grand. What was I going to say? Rachel, what do you think of this background? Do you think it's decent or do you think it's garbage?
No, the one behind you, I like it. I think it's pretty. Oh, wait, for me?
No. The background itself.
Oh,
I changed it. Do you notice it?
Oh yeah. No, that's nice. Oh yeah, that's pleasant. Yeah, it kind of makes me feel like I'm in a forest. Kind of feels green and leafy.
Yeah, that feeling of walking through the forest. Yeah. I get you. What was it called? You're also streaming through YouTube Shorts section somehow. You can't access.
Yes, that automatically happens whenever you do a vertical stream. You end up streaming and you get shown in the vertical feed stream or vertical feed and in the Shorts feed. So it's one of the ways we get a lot more viewers and grow our communities a lot more effectively.
Oh yeah, you're reminding me of that bloody map we're all bitching about. What was it? This is the new map that's coming out for this new book here. I'll show that book as well.
God.
And,
oh God.
Yeah. It was
oh my God.
Like it. Yeah. Oh
my God.
Yeah.
What? Why is it doing that?
This is coming out for an academic book as well. This is meant to be academic standard. And Dr. Owen O'Neill was looking at it earlier, and he didn't like it. He didn't like it. Like
I'm not super fond, and I love maps. You have to be a bad map for me to not like you. Yeah. I love maps. I could die reading maps. That's how much I love maps, and that map offends me.
Yeah. Irish had pagan religions before the Catholic and Christian washing of their island. Huh? Poor. Jesus Christ, I could talk all day about that one. Because
well, I mean, okay, so I object to this idea that early Christianity violently took everyone over. They didn't. The core tenets of true Christianity, and I'm not talking about the bullshit being used to manipulate people politically now. The core tenets of Christianity, the meek shall inherit the earth, the poor are the beloved of God, right? That appealed to a society in which the majority of people were slaves or poor, because it told them that they actually had a place in the kingdom of heaven, right? That is a very appealing message compared to the message or lack of message that most of the pagan religions have. What Christianity had was organization, right? It had an organized system of belief. Judaism also. The Roman pagan, the various Roman rites, right? The Roman mystical cults and the Greek mystical cults and the Persian mystical cults. At the time, most of them did not have a cohesive theology. So they didn't even have a cohesive message that could appeal to anyone, right? It was all about ritual, and generally most forms of paganism involved sacrifice, which meant you had to have resources to participate in those sacrifices. So Christianity's core message in those early days was just appealing. Yeah. It wasn't hard to convince people. You didn't have to violently force people to do it.
Yeah. Well, the problem I have with all this is that it's a lack of understanding of what insular Christianity was in Ireland.
Also, Yeah, that as well. Yeah.
Like the Irish, because you're dealing with the quote unquote, and Rachel will probably disagree with this, what I'm about to say, but allegedly, what was it called? Europe has plunged into a dark age, right? And so if we're taking that idea, the thing is that the Irish now, they're the only ones with the education there. And you see, there's no one to advise the Irish. They have a hold of all this literature that, you know, the likes of St. Patrick and St. Palladius and all these people have brought over from the Roman Empire into Ireland. But now the Irish are kind of left in their own devices as, you know, quote unquote, the Roman Empire has collapsed, so on and so forth. And so what you get from that is the Irish having their own interpretation of what Christianity is. And modern scholars would call that version of Christianity Celtic Christianity or insular Christianity. And what that basically means is that the Irish have their own version of what Christianity is. And so what you have, a lot of people have this imagination of it, is that you have all these monastic settlements suddenly appearing where they build, actually have a photo of it here, where the Irish are switching their pagan areas into these monastic areas, and all these Celtic gods now are sanctified from the Irish. So if you get like allegedly Saint Bridget, for example, who originally was a Celtic goddess, has now become Christianized. She is now Saint Bridget according to the Irish, and the Irish are doing this all by themselves. There's no Roman Church coming in here and saying, right, we're going to genocide a lot of you, and then we're going to repopulate you, or so I don't know what the hell they're on. Or we're forcing you into some form of submission where you now have to, by our dictatorship, take on Christianity. That's not going on whatsoever. What you're having in reality is the locals who are now, if you take Kildare, for example, where they're getting a hold of the Bible, looking at the Bible and going, hey, wait, I kind of like this Jesus Christ fella. He seems pretty awesome. Let's adopt him into our society. We'll just change this place where we were originally worshipping Saint Bridget, the goddess Bridget, and we'll now make her a saint, right? And the local, what was it called? Priestess was here. We'll just change her into an abbess, okay? So now she's an abbess, and we can just continue what we're doing, but now we're worshipping Christ and the Bible in our interpretation. Now it does turn into a complete car crash later on, when the Roman Church is looking at all this stuff going, what the hell is this? Like, what's going on here? Like, what the hell are you doing? And the Irish are kind of trying to explain themselves, saying, yeah, we're Roman Christians. And the Pope is like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? You guys are heretics. This is not what I'm trying to preach at all. So don't get me wrong. It does turn into a car crash later on. But this whole thing of St. Patrick coming into the island and just genociding the local Irish until they submit to Rome, it didn't happen. It was more like the Irish kind of like getting a hold of the Bible and going, this thing's great. Let's have our own, because there's no one to tell them what to do, because, you know, quote unquote, dark age, they kind of start to develop by themselves, you know?
Well, I mean, we've talked about the Justinian plague before, and I'm confident there's going to be more people in the comments who say the what plague? Right. So we've talked about the Justinian plague being, for me, the real end of the ancient Roman Empire, because that's the last time that the Roman Senate sits, right, is in like 567 or something like that. And the Justinian plague basically sweeps across Europe all the way up to Ireland and England. And I'm confident if they start testing graves from that era, we're going to find Scotland as well. And it kills 90% of Europe. So that I would absolutely agree that there is a dark age, but it's much briefer than people would want to admit or would understand now, right? Yes, absolutely. When there is a plague ravaging your population and leaving most of you dead, I think that counts as a dark age, actually. Oh. So, but it's not 1,000 years of dark age. It's not even hundreds of years of dark age. It's maybe 100 years of dark age, right? But that would be the perfect time for Ireland to kind of be off on its own, because everyone's off on their own, and people are just worrying about surviving for that 100 years where the Justinian plague keeps resurging and killing more people. Yeah. So I agree that I don't debate that there was a dark age. I debate the period of time that people call to be a dark age.
Yeah.
And why they call it a dark age, right? It's like, it's not just because everyone was ignorant and benighted. No, like most people were dead. So, that's dark.
Yeah, it would be all right. Like, but it's also very interesting as well from a woman's history point of view, because we don't take enough steps back to do further research into Saint Bridget. And it's always an argument: was Saint Bridget real or was she not real? And
Right.
it's an interesting one, because there's a part of me that wants to say, okay, because you have the goddess Bridget, maybe you're just using this whole thing of a conversion thing, that the story is just kind of
Yeah.
there. But then I'm kind of like, well, maybe it's just a case of the name Bridget, which I do think this is the case, that the name was just popular. So although you do have a goddess Bridget that is kind of sanctified, sanctified, that's the word, sanctified, I think at the same time there was an abbess, or at least a priestess, I'm tripping over everything now, a priestess that then converted over to Christianity in her own interpretation, and then got her followers and just ran with it. Because a lot of people seem to forget as well, there's a lot of women in Christianity that, the reason why Christianity booms the way it is because a lot of women within the church. Now, don't get me wrong. There is men that and you can see the same. I'm reading Buddhism as well, and you see, if you're reading Tara over in India, is it? Oh no, I take that back. She's over in Taiwan, isn't? No, I'm taking this completely wrong. But anyway, I apologize for this. I'm really ignorant when it comes down to Buddhism. But if you're looking at Tara, for example, you see the same kind of thing of men trying to hold down women. Like, they sarcastically turn around to her and says, well, after all the great things you did, hopefully now in your next life you can come back as a man. And she turns around in a frustrated state. I could just imagine her just turning around to herself. My gender never mattered. It was always about my message. Why don't you click to that?
Right.
That's my interpretation of the literature of what she said back to them, because she basically says, look, gender doesn't matter. It's all about the enlightenment. When you're enlightened, there is no gender.
Right, exactly.
And these men are just not clicking with that. So I see the same thing in Buddhism that I see in Christianity, where you have women that literally, as you can see with St. Bridget's monastic settlement, where she suddenly gets her followers and pulls them into a new world. You could definitely see men later on turning around. That's great, but we'll put her to the side,
Yeah. It's, but the early church is also all across the early church is also much more egalitarian on the gender front, right? It's only that kind of misogyny and gender inequality actually develops, as the centuries wear on. It grows and grows until you reach the later Middle Ages, and it's a mess. But yeah, no, I agree that Bridget, if you have, especially if you come from a culture where there was a goddess called Bridget,
yeah,
I bet it was a popular name
yes.
for young women, right?
Yeah.
So why couldn't there have been a real Bridget who was not the goddess Bridget, who was a holy woman who had a following, and later on, is canonized? I mean, it could be a question of accretion, but it could just be that there was also a woman, an actual woman named Bridget, who wasn't the goddess.
Yeah, but I don't think it was just popular in what was it? She's meant to be around was it 500 AD up to 550 AD, the era of the Justinian plague. That's why you can see why she dominated, especially when it comes down to hygiene and stuff. Because if you read the folklore and the stories, she's always a mother figure. But at the time, you can imagine, what was it called? All this muck is coming in and stuff, and that whole cleansiness to holiness and stuff. And her turning around and says, right, make sure you clean your hands. And because they're seeing the magic, and it's the same, I was reading something in Japan as well, with the rise of Shintoism. And when you're meant to walk into certain areas, and this is my belief of why, and it's not just my belief, there's a few Japanese academics, American Japanese academics that believe the same as well, why Shintoism blew up in popularity, is the fact is before you go into a holy site, you have to wash your hands and clean your mouth. That's a huge thing of Shintoism.
Yes, it is. It's true. Yeah, there's signs at all the Shinto shrines showing foreigners how to do it properly.
Yeah.
Right.
And they believe the reason why Shintoism blew up in 70 BC is because they were the only ones that ritually did, they hammered it down, wash your hands, clean your mouth. And so Shintoism became, the reason why they started taking on rival clans as well is because they kind of turned into a cool kid clan, It's like, oh,
Right.
I want to join that clan as well. And which is very, very unique, because in other areas, especially Ireland as well, it's very much a case of who has the biggest stick. But in Japan, it seems way more complicated about that when they're building their confederation of clans. But anyway, what was it called? I could literally talk about Japan all day, especially with the recent stuff I've been reading on Japan, because it's absolutely amazing. But anyway, backing over to Ireland, they believe, you could easily see the same thing happening in St. Bridget as well, where you bring in this Christianity that believes in godliness next to holiness. What was it called? Cleanliness next to holiness.
Yeah.
And St. Bridget being the woman, right? Wash your hands now before you come in and have a meal, because if you read the folklore again and again and again, she always has that muddling, called? A muddly feel, mother feel to her, where it's kind of like, all right, now stop your bickering now and do it as I say. She has that constant mother feel to her. So you could imagine, especially when you're looking at other literature like St. Columba in Iona and stuff, where he's demanding his followers to clean his hands. You could imagine the same thing happening with St. Bridget as well. And the thing is about St. Columba's folklore is it is written in the period. It is written in the early medieval period. So this is not something that pops up in the 19th century about cleaning your hands. It is something that's in St. Columba's literature. And in it, it explains why you need to clean your hands. You need to clean your hands because it stops the demons. You kill the demons when you wash your hand. St. Columba literally tells his followers this in his thing, where he kills the demon that's hiding in the bucket. There's a demon in the bucket. Go and clean the bucket. You can't see the demon, but there's a demon in the bucket. He goes out and he cleans the bucket. Now, in our day and age, we know that's hygiene. The demons he's talking about is bacteria. But back then, they didn't understand what bacteria is.
Yeah,
So
they had no idea about microbiology.
Yeah, 100%. So you can understand what they're talking about when they're seeing demons. But also in your head, especially when there's a plague about, what you have the Justinian plague about, you're washing your hands, you can understand why Christianity is now booming. It's like, wait, the followers of Christ aren't dying from this plague. What the hell is going on here?
Well, part of the rituals of early Christianity were, back then baptism was a full body experience. It was right. Even in the Catholic Church, it was you immerse the whole body. So, yeah. But what's interesting about that is that in the later Middle Ages, starting even as early as the 12th century, possibly earlier, in Christianity, there's this extreme version of excoriating the flesh, so that you are actually not bathing on purpose as a sign of your godliness, because you don't care about your human flesh. You don't care about the discomfort of lice and sores from wearing your dirty underthings and not cleaning your skin. And so there's actually this rise of these religious figures who demonstrate their piety by not bathing. But the fact that it is recorded in the annals of history as being extraordinary shows that wasn't what everyone was doing, right? It's only these few exceptional people who nearly always are then canonized who practice this level of unhygiene. Thomas à Becket, after his brains were dashed upon the steps of Canterbury Cathedral's altar, they undressed his body for the burial, and they found a hair shirt that was alive with lice, and his flesh was just all covered in sores from his lack of hygiene. And they recorded that because it was extraordinary. It was not normal. And there's another saint I was reading in the 13th century. Same thing. He was a bishop and he was canonized. Same thing. When he died, his bedding, the chroniclers said, and this is horrifying, the chroniclers said you could scoop the lice out of his mattress with your hands. Jesus. And his clothes were donated to the poor, but they were so lice-ridden that they had to delouse them first. This is all recorded. which
Yeah.
again should tell us that even the poor people, because they were going to be donated to the poor, even the poor people expected that their clothes should not be ridden with lice, right? So yeah, it shows that uncleanliness was in fact not common, and that the desired outcome is cleanliness. But the earlier church didn't. There were some nuts who lived in the desert, in hermits in the early church who did that kind of stuff.
I'm going to blame the Irish again, because you can see it all over the Irish literature as well, where you have the likes of Saint Kevin and stuff that wanted to be, closer to God through suffering. And so for 30 days, they would go out and do something to make themselves suffer. And they took one of the other sources as well of being, spreading the gospel as far as possible. So they would go to the edges of the, quite literally the edges of Ireland, to go and preach to themselves, really. And they would take isolation and stuff. And so you would see them going way out into the islands and stuff, which, later on then when the Vikings come in, the Vikings are just like, I see you brought all your gold and silver with you as well. I'll just take that and murder you. There's no war band to stop me from taking you. So, it kind of works to a disadvantage. But regardless, if you're looking for the source of that, that's this book here. I might actually go frontal here. And that's The Life of St. Columba. Amazing book, absolutely amazing, and definitely 100% a must-have if you're into early medieval Europe, even Europe. There's just so much stuff in here. It is absolutely amazing, and it is one of the main sources in the early medieval period. So I definitely would advise get you a hold of that. Sure, not only for sources to do with cleaning, but actually day-to-day life in a monastic settlement in Iona. For everything I was talking about there, it covers day-to-day life in there. Now, you could put it in the category of, folklore, because a lot of stories are set 100 years after St. Columba, but it's still all within the early medieval world. And you get a perspective of how the early medieval world functioned at the time.
Right.
So I definitely would advise get a hold of that book on the life of St. Columba in Iona. Absolutely amazing book for sure, and a must-have for anybody that is looking into main sources at the time.
Yeah, Saint Columba is a very interesting character. He's also the person. I think he's the earliest reference to the Loch Ness monster, right?
Yeah, I heard about that kind of stuff as well, for sure. Geez, that source now is above my head now. I had Yuki on the mic because Yuki's running around doing bits and bobs right now. But yeah, for sure. What the hell do I have? I'm sure I have a copy of St. Columba around here. But yeah, you're bang on right. He is one of the earliest sources for the Loch Ness monster. But I absolutely love the book as well because of the fact it just covers day-to-day life. Because it's like little mini adventures. And this is why myself and the wife love reading the sources to do with the early monastic settlements in Ireland, is that they're always just getting up to like Rugrat adventures. Like you pick up any of the stories, and for example, you pick up on what's her name? I went to St. Gubnitz, for example, and it'll just be like, today on St. Gubnitz, she goes down to Kerry, makes some honey, and while she's in Kerry doing the honey, suddenly the bees attack, and she'll turn around and wave her stick, get away, bees. And God will come down and, shake the bees away and stuff. And it'll be like, St. Columba, what was it? Oh my God, what's her name again? St. Gubnitz was protected by God because she is a follower of God. And this is what happens to followers of God. And then it'll just do the adventure. They're absolutely brilliant. And they always make little great shorts. And I should, the wife keeps, poking and prodding me as well. I need to make more shorts on those because they're just great little adventures like.
Yeah, those little vignettes are, those little vignettes are what are never covered in history class, right? Never. It's always the battles and, nothing about daily life. But like those little vignettes are why I love history, is to understand how people lived, what their lives were actually like on a day-to-day basis, not just, which battle is the one that made it so that the English are now dominant, or the Scottish are now dominant, or the Romans are now dominant, right? What did that Roman soldier do when he woke up? Did he have to go and fetch water from the river? Did he fall in and make a fool of himself? Things like that. Or like you said, going and fetching honey and probably getting stung by a bunch of angry bees who don't want you to take their honey.
Twitchy Witch, I need to go and do that because that's my field. You say someone, is that someone pointed towards me? Is that another dig? you Twitchy Witch on one side and the wife on the other digging me. Go on, make him. Well, yeah, 100%. I do need to do more shorts with saints and stuff, because I did one on Saint Governance Before and the Bees, and it came out absolutely amazing. Like, they're so easy to make, doing a short and doing it on one of the saint stories. Because they're always, the level of goofiness in them, they have the level of banter, but the storytelling in them are at their peak brilliant. Before we lost that art of making stories for the fire and stuff, which translates so well for what was it called, shorts and stuff. So yeah, definitely 100% need to get on top of that one.
That gave me an idea. I should make some shorts about some of the Cantigas de Santa Maria. Have you ever heard of these songs from the court of Alfonso el Sabio? So there's 422 songs were compiled. He commissioned. He was an erudite 13th century Spanish king of Castilla, and he's called Alfonso the Wise. And he compiled, of one of the many books he commissioned, was this compilation of songs that are ostensibly in praise of the Virgin Mary and her miracles. But I will tell you that in medieval Spain, the Virgin Mary takes a great interest in very workaday details. And so some of her miracles are very mundane and fantastically hilarious. Like the one that most of the people in my reenactment community know is the song about the dancing pork chop. So there's all these fun little tales about the Virgin Mary granting the most mundane, minor miracles that you could imagine that would absolutely matter to, say, a maid working at a tavern, right? Like for her, getting an extra pork chop is a really important thing in her day. Whereas, for the king, getting an extra pork chop doesn't mean anything. Anyway, the songs, a lot of them are very raunchy and very funny, and not at all what you would expect in a book praising ostensibly the Virgin Mary and by a very pious people. So I think I should look into turning some of those into shorts, just the stories that are behind these crazy songs.
Oh, 100%. But that's the thing that catches us off guard as well, is how raunchy both medieval literature is, and even more shocking enough, the Bible. The Bible is massively raunchy.
Oh God, it is a rated X read. It's a rated X read, right? Like if we actually made a movie from, especially the Old Testament.
Yeah.
If we made a movie from the Old Testament and actually depicted the things they describe as happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is that we have a pure Victorian, innocent view of both the Bible and the medieval world at the time, because we outright expect, and I'll jump back over to my favorite, the Bruce thing there, but regardless, we expect to have a very Victorian interpretation of wooing, for example, of, the light sending these beautiful love letters to woo the princess and stuff. This is kind of the modern interpretation. We're shocked and surprised, especially when some nights are very, very raunchy and just, take the lady away, which does happen from time to time. But also, I always find funny as well is Robert the Bruce's, what was it called? Grandmother, was it? Yeah, his grandmother, his mother, where he takes his grandfather. I can't remember his bloody father or grandfather. But anyway, she goes galloping up to him one day, and she just ends up taking him away and having her way with her. But I remember reading some sources where it counted as a sort of, that she was, being very, very bold in doing that. But regardless, after a few days of, rolling around in the bedroom and stuff, the Bruce was convinced to marry her, and it just, that whole story there is to highlight the fact that no, both men and women in that era were not as innocent as we get this kind of Victorian idea. I've also come across literature that describes the kind of erotic reading that some women would be getting up to as well, which was very raunchy as well, which, surprises a lot of people, especially when they have this Victorian idea that, medieval women, they would never get up to anything like that.
No. Yeah. And we know that medieval women were not the cultivated roses in the tower that the Victorians like to think they were, because we have plenty of instances of noble women, getting pregnant outside of wedlock before they've ever been married. We have plenty of instances of married women engaging in all sorts of crazy love affairs with a wide array of people. And our view of what was considered modest, not our view, you and I obviously know better, and many of our viewers also know better, many of our community knows better, but talking about generally Westerners have a complete misconception about what was considered modest in any given part of medieval Europe. Like, have you ever heard the nonsense that ladies in the Middle Ages would never show their ankles? Have you ever heard that?
Yeah, that's kind of booming around the internet right now. Especially, they start off with the Victorians. They memed it, and so I think there was two girls within the Victorian YouTube community set up an OnlyFans with just selling their ankle pics.
Yeah, that was Well, it was. I know Bernadette Banner did that. Yeah, but so even in the Victorian era, it wasn't a taboo to show your ankles. It was titillating. Like it was a desirable part of the lady, but there's many, and especially in the first half of the 19th century, there are many gowns that only went down to the ankle, and with the big they're not called farthingales, crinolines, with the big crinolines, right? You could absolutely see these ladies' ankles. And in the Middle Ages, I have found zero affiliation with naked ankles and titillation, zero talk of taboos about ankles being shown. So, when I'm teaching dance at a medieval event, invariably I have to hike up my skirts because people need to see what my feet are doing if they're learning to dance. And when I do so, invariably there's all these titters of, ooh, she's showing her ankles. And I have to say, no, a medieval woman would have done this just as a matter of course, and none of you would have thought anything about it. Sorry, but that's a modern myth.
Oh,
yeah, all these myths we have to fight, Philip. It's so exhausting. Like,
oh my God, you're going to get me onto my rant.
If I have to talk again about public bathhouses being everywhere in medieval Europe until the 16th century, I think I'm going to vomit.
No, the one that gets me, and I'll let you rant about bats there while I go get myself a drink, and then I'll jump back in and grab myself, because I need water. I'm starting to get dry, my mouth is starting to get very dry. You know the old cotton. I'm starting to get a.
Oh yeah, no, I can.
A drink of water.
Yeah, so
get a drink of water. But the one I want to bitch about there just for a second is the fact of I was the same there with the old shoes as well. But I'll bitch about shoes when I get over. You know how the Irish are very, very poor. They have riveted mail, they have spears, and they have swords, and they have all the fancy stuff, and they have what was it, silk clothing and stuff. But they're very poor because they have no shoes.
Very poor, clearly poor,
and big, massive tower houses and stuff. But they're very poor. Do you know?
Yep, I know. And also, they've got we find silk remnants in the archaeology from medieval Ireland, which shows that these people were so poor that they could afford silk. I mean, damn, sad lives. Yeah. So for those of you who have been following my channel, The Creative Contessa, you may have seen I posted a short ranting a little bit about why I don't like Hollywood movies that are supposedly medieval. And one of the things about which I rant is that everyone in nearly every movie that's come out of Hollywood in the Middle Ages, or about the Middle Ages in the last, 4 decades at this point, features a plethora of filthy people in raggedy clothes. And of course, this triggers some people to say, well, of course people were dirty in the Middle Ages. No one bathed before the modern era. Everyone was so dirty all the time. And it's not true, everyone. It is not true. It's the Georgians and Victorians who started spreading that garbage and about their medieval ancestors all across medieval Europe, from Spain and Italy through into Scandinavia. There were public bathhouses. So even if you weren't wealthy enough to own your own tub and be able to fill your own bathtub, and didn't have couldn't afford servants to do that, you could go to the public bathhouse. There's evidence, for instance, in 12th century France, there's a scholar who's attending the University of Paris, and he complains that he's awoken early every morning where the bathhouse attendants go through the streets shouting that the bath water is hot, alerting customers that now is the time to go and take their baths because the water is still hot. Right. And that's the 12th century in Paris. just not true that people didn't bathe. Now, did they bathe 3 times a day the way some of you obsessive compulsive people do now? No, of course not. And that's not good for you. You shouldn't do that. Stop doing that. But even if you don't have a bathtub, all you need, ladies and gentlemen, and hear me out, my shower addicts out there, all you need is a bowl and a cloth. You don't even need soap and water, and it doesn't have to be hot water. And with that, you can clean your entire body and maintain decent hygiene. Because, you know, before we had civilization, humans were hygienic and they didn't have soap 100,000 years ago. So
you're gonna attract the billionaire bots into our chat now.
Oh
to make us
God,
into
I know,
demons.
I know,
It's
I know.
the shampoo industry. Well, it's the billionaires.
Exactly.
The
The shampoo and shower gel industry, right?
Yeah.
You don't need all of that garbage to keep your skin clean, everyone. And even if people didn't bathe regularly, and even if they didn't necessarily scrub their whole bodies from day to day, no human is going to walk around with mud literally coating their face. That is not comfortable. No one is going to do that, right? You're going to wipe it off. So you're still not going to look dirty. You're not going to have mud-colored clothes, uncovered clothes, unless they're freshly covered from you doing work. But you're going to wash them because laundry was a thing in the Middle Ages. Oh, it's just so frustrating.
You're telling me. What was it called? Because it goes back into my rant as well from last night, where I had somebody who turned around. The picture was, I don't have the picture on me right now, but the picture was of a, I don't actually have it on me now, but regardless, I could actually get it up quite quick. I'll just show you guys as part of my rant, if I can get it up quickly.
The shoes, are you talking about the shoes? The shoelessness?
Yes. But this guy was quite expensive. Like, no, don't get me wrong. I think in this photo, Sean, I know Sean actually, and I think was a Gaelic World at War, and in it depicts a. Obviously, I want you to judge this one as well. Poor Sean. Just be polite because we know Sean, and Sean watches.
I'll be kind. I will be academic.
Yeah, we'll be nice. I'll get rid of one of Order Sean because this is one of Order Sean's depictions. 1 second. He could be watching us now. Hey, Sean. I don't think he's on right now, but what was it called? There we go. But regardless, I had this photo up, right, of the what's it called? That came out perfect, actually. So here we have a Gaelic warrior or whatever it's supposed to Sean was depicting, which is it just says illustration, right? It's a horseman, it says, which would be a hobbler man. So anyway, regardless, what we have here is a Gaelic man who has his helmet there. You can see his
what century? I can't. The writing is too fine on my tiny little screen for me to see. What century is it supposed to be?
Because of the targe, I'm assuming it's somewhere around the late 15th century, early 16th century or something. Just because of the targe shield that's there. And Sean, now don't get me wrong. It says and this is how I think there's something wrong here, because it says illustrated by Sean, and then it says 1300s, but I'm like that targe shield is not until the 16th century.
And that helmet also looks like all the helmets you see in those 15th and 16th century effigies, right?
Yeah.
It's very 15th century.
I know Sean knows this because Sean told me that targe shield comes in around the 16th century, and it's actually an Iberian, it's a Spanish influence into Ireland. It's not a Scottish, it's not a Norwegian influence into Ireland. It's a Spanish, which is very, because everyone expects the targe shield to be, Scottish, proud Scottish shield, when in fact it most likely was an Iberian peninsula with a Spanish influence into Ireland, and then from Ireland into Scotland, not the other way around, which hurts a lot of feelings. But it was Sean that told me that. And Sean did that illustration, but the writing down below says 1300. So I think there's a bit of a mistake there in that illustration. But regardless, my point being is that this guy looks like he is a quite expensive spear. He has a helmet on himself, which we know would cost a bit of money. Has riveted mail. He's got a brash on, which would cost a bit of money to construct. He's got his gammonson on. There he has his what was it called? His Lena, which, as people as yourself would have pointed out, would have cost them a bit of money to get that saffron dye put inside there in the 16th century. But, and this is the thing that just annoyed the hell out of me last night.
No shoes. No shoes.
No shoes on.
No
and somebody says, why is he so poor? Why couldn't he afford to buy shoes? You know, I know Ireland is very poor, but they
I
couldn't
know
be that poor to
Ireland
buy
is
shoes.
very poor. Oh my
He
God.
said this, and I ranted about this to my shore.
This is not so, but it's the same thing. People have the same myth about poverty on continental Europe as well. Like there's this myth that medieval equals mass spread poverty, and that kind of poverty is post-medieval, right? It's post-Reformation in Ireland as well, right? Ireland does not get really poor really until, well, I guess the second half of the 16th century is where that really starts, right? And it just gets worse as time goes on, and England passes even worse and worse laws inhibiting the economic flourishing of Ireland, right? Its economy. But this is not, we're not there yet. This isn't that time yet.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are reasons to not wear shoes that have nothing to do with poverty.
It is so bloody frustrating. And as you pointed out there, Ireland is not poor in the 15th century. In fact, and this is sorry about me experimenting with the camera there. I like this one actually for what I'm about to rant about. But regardless, Ireland is not poor in the 15th century. In fact, you have historians right now and academics trying to argue if Ireland is in an economic golden age in the 15th century. Now, we think we're slightly off being in an economic golden age. And believe it or not, it's actually down to the Scots. There is an ability to trade out and over to Norway and stuff. And the Scottish clans are purposely, like the likes of the Donalds and stuff, are purposely blocking that trade on purpose, preventing the likes of the O'Donnells and stuff trading up and outwards because they don't want to rival. And you have to remember, this is before nationalism. There is no nationalism there. It's all about your family first. And because you have the likes of the O'Donnells trying to expand out, the MacDonalds, out of all the clans who expect it, are actually going out there and purposely attacking trade boats going between Norway and the O'Donnell territory, and also trying to get over to the Iberian Peninsula. So a lot of historians right now are saying that's what's kind of holding Ireland back, is its rivals from England and Scotland trying to prevent Ireland from exploding outwards and getting into a economic golden age that you see in the Viking Age. So in the Viking Age, Dr. Claire Downham has put together evidence for that, and she's still kind of, because I think in total it takes about 10 years before it's proper recognized as that solid fact.
Until it enters the canon of history.
So at this stage now, I've looked at her evidence for an argument that Ireland was inside of an economic golden age in the 10th century. And even more evidence is coming out about the Silk Road that revolved around Baghdad in the 10th century as well. So more evidence is coming out with that as well. But so far, it looks like Dr. Claire Downham is, bang on, perfectly right, that Ireland in the 10th century is in the middle of an economic golden age, that you're not looking. I know everybody's just like, well, Ireland must have been in a dark age because of the Viking occupation, 200 years of Viking occupation. And in fact, no, completely the opposite. Ireland was actually in an economic golden age.
And it wasn't, as you pointed out, it wasn't an occupation. It wasn't. It just wasn't. Like, it wasn't linguistically an occupation. It wasn't, there was no religious occupation. There was no political occupation, right? There were some Norse who came and set up shop, and they blended with the locals, and the locals blended with them. And
that's what happened. Okay.
Right.
Even worse still, we have records in the Annals of Ulster of the men of Dublin paying tribute to Mael Shocknall I. So straight away, just as they're settling down, Ivor the Boneless pays tribute to Mael Shocknall I, right? He's giving money in submission so he can stay in Dublin and continue making even more money in Dublin, right? So Ivor the Boneless, he's already at war with England. He doesn't want another front against, the E-Nail Confederation that has a force of 8,000 men, when they get all their war bands together and stuff.
Right.
So instead, it is far cheaper to submit to Mayor Shocknod I, who, by the way, has already smashed all the Viking raiders. So there's already Viking war bands have invaded into Ireland and have been butchered by Mayor Shocknod I. So when Ivor the Boneless comes in, he's just like, well, I'm already at war with England. I don't want to be fighting another front against Mayor Shocknod.
Right.
This is a brilliant point to make infinite amount of money because it's between Norway and Spain of the trade routes that's going around. I'm going to give money. I'm going to give my submission over to Mayor Shocknod I. And in the bigger picture of things, I'm going to make a whole load of money. And he does. According to Dr. Claire Downham's argument, it brings Ireland into an economic golden age because Ivor the Boneless and his family, the Eamers, end up making the majority of that money. And Dublin turns into, as a quote-unquote, multicultural area. And on the flip side, that tribute then, a very small amount, but a large amount for the Irish, is going over to the Irish side. So they're paying tribute.
Right.
So you can see how this is an economic golden age. But when we jump back over to the 15th century, we're not seeing that spark in there. No, I'm saying that what I'm ultimately trying to highlight is that still, for academics to make an argument that it's an economic golden age means that things are very good for Ireland in the 15th century. They're just not breaking out like the way they should be, but they're not poor at the same side,
Yeah, I mean,
still very wealthy.
All of the archaeology from the 14th and 15th centuries that we read in the Textiles of Ireland, for instance, points to a flourishing. And here's the other thing. You don't have to pass sumptuary laws against poor people. Do you know why you don't have to pass sumptuary laws against poor people?
I don't know why.
Because they're poor and they can't afford luxury, right?
Yeah.
So we have sumptuary laws being passed by the English starting in the 14th century, continuing into the 15th century, into the 16th century, prohibiting the Irish from buying luxuries. You can't buy luxuries if you're poor. There is no reason to legislate that if you're poor, right? So the evidence on so many levels speaks against a poor medieval Ireland. It's just not there.
Yeah, I do agree with what Seamus is saying there about the constant fighting with the Scots as well. We seem to forget, the Irish always blame the English for everything. It's kind of just a running theme with us there. But we seem to forget sometimes we are being invaded and we do fight with the Scottish as well. And we are getting into situations, as I was pointing out there, where the MacDonalds are blocking that trade route on the O'Donnells. But at this flip side, you have to remember this is also the medieval period. Both the MacDonalds and the O'Donnells are not thinking about this from a very nationalist perspective. They're literally, the MacDonalds, it's their clan first. It's all about their family. They don't care about anyone else's family. It has to be about their survival and the survival of their family, That's what it's all about.
And that's often how invaders leverage those situations, right? And I'm going to use a word that I know we don't like to use, but I'm going to use it in the more global psychological sense. They take advantage of tribal rivalries, right? Of that kind of tribalism, that sense of we are a tribe, we are a clan, we are a group, but that group over there, they're not us, even though we speak kind of the same language and we dress kind of the same way, but they're not us. So this invader who's coming in, we're happy to work with this invader if it means socioeconomic benefit for us, right? And that's so the nationalism is not a thing in this era. There is some, I would say, ethnism, by which I mean, you can see there are identities of, well, that is Irish and that is English and that is Welsh, because those terms are used in chronicles from the first millennium into, up until the 16th century. So there is, at least outside looking in, there's an acknowledgement of what is Irish, for instance, but there isn't necessarily an acknowledgement of a universal global definition of what is Irish from the inside looking out. And that's true of any of these polities. You could say that about France in this era. You could say that about Italy. God knows about Italy in this era. Man, Italy and Ireland have so much in common in certain ways, not necessarily about the being colonized, but in terms of the cultural differences across various regions, right? It's
Yeah.
The Bolognese are not the same as the Veneziani, is not the same as the Fiorentini, not the same as people from Rome. So
I'm playing around and messing around with the camera angles and stuff. I've got mini Rachel on the go now. What was I going to say? I was going to expand. Oh, yes. I want to talk because we're slightly moving the conversation over to Spain, and I've seen some people getting triggered about Spain. So give me an excuse.
Oh God. Wait. So I'm just going to tell you, my comments, I'm still getting comments about paganism. So I can't see what people are asking or saying. So what are people asking or saying about Spain? Because Spain is one of my areas of specialty. So
really? Because that's what I wanted to talk about next was Spain. So what's fashion like in Spain from the 15th century to the 16th century? And the reason why I want to ask you this is because over and over again, not just from yourself, but also from Owen O'Neill, Sean, as we were saying earlier, constantly highlighting, hey, look, Philip, you need to start looking at the Iberian Peninsula. What the hell's happening in the Iberian Peninsula in the 15th and 16th century? And what's the clothing like?
Yeah, so the end of the 15th century is the closing stages of the Reconquista, right? This is the reconquest by the Christians of the Iberian Peninsula that's been happening since the 11th century. And in 1492, Isabella and Fernando, the famous Catholic monarchs of Columbus fame, evict the last Moorish king from the peninsula, the King of Granada, and they thereby, through a chance series of marriage alliances across the 15th century that basically unifies all of the kingdoms of the Iberian Peninsula except for Portugal under Castilla and Leon and Aragon, right? And so Castilla and Aragon. So now, instead of it being Castilla and Leon and Aragon and Portugal and Galicia and all these different kingdoms, it's now just two kingdoms, Portugal and Spain, under Isabella and Fernando, which means they now have this whole massive territory, a wealthy, very fertile in many places, full of resources. This massive territory is all under their control. And it's more cohesive than any other of the other polities yet in this era. And so they suddenly have all of this economic power. And Isabella is crazy pious. And I mean that. She brags about bathing twice in her life because it makes her that much more pious, because she's excoriating her flesh that much more by not bathing, right? Yeah. So we have all of this economic power that has come cohered under these two monarchs. Isabella is a queen in her own right, by the way, and Fernando is a king in his own right. But Castilla, her kingdom is the more powerful and the more affluent. So you've got all of this power, and so they're in the Mediterranean, right? They have two Mediterranean coasts and an Atlantic coast. So they are super well connected to all of Europe. And that means that they can now have influence that the Iberian Peninsula has never really had before. So the fashions are completely unique, because Iberia is, there's this narrowing point between France, what is now France, and Spain, the Pyrenees. And those Pyrenees are also really freaking tall. So there's actually limited kind of land connection between, there's two corridors, basically, one on the Mediterranean, one on the Atlantic, of land connection. So Iberia for 1,000 years has been very unique in terms of fashion, and in terms of art and music and food. And that's because of the Moorish presence combined with the Christian presence, combined with the Jewish presence. So their fashions are very different. And this is where that big sleeve comes from. So I don't know if you want to put up any of the big sleeve Lena pictures. Yeah. Okay. So my theory is that big sleeve becomes fashionable in all of Europe in the smock, the undershirt, because that's what the Lena technically is. It's the undershirt, actually. that becomes fashionable all across Europe at about the same time, at the end of the 15th century and going into the 16th century. And I'm pretty certain it's because of the influence of the crown of Castilla on that they start having on the influence of in other courts, because they start marrying their children off to other courts in other parts of Europe. Catherine of Aragon called that because she is the daughter of Fernando, the King of Aragon, right? She should be called Catherine of Castilla, but they decide to name her by her father's kingdom instead of her mother's kingdom. And I'm pretty certain that's not an accident, right? Like, you know, even though Isabella is the more powerful queen, the more powerful leader, they decide to name her after her father's kingdom. So they give her that by name, Catherine of Aragon. She brings her Spanish fashions with her to the English court. The English court in the late 15th and 16th century is super connected to Ireland, right? So you've got all this cross flow between the aristocrats of the Irish aristocrats of Ireland, right, and the English court. And so I am pretty certain that it's the Spanish who influence that big sleeve, because they're the ones who start the fashion, and it isn't just Ireland. Everyone gets that big sleeve. The Irish decide to dye theirs yellow for whatever reason. It's still a bit of a mystery, but but they do. Yeah, so the fashions for ladies are really a little strange, because there's this fun, possibly apocryphal tale, but I don't think it is, about a queen of Navarro. She gets pregnant with a lover's child. Her husband is actually impotent, and she gets pregnant, and so she hides the pregnancy by having this dress made that cuts it big skirt, this big bell skirt that flares out from just under her breasts, so that it would hide the pregnancy. And so suddenly all of her ladies in waiting are also dressing with this weird skirt that's designed with hoops to keep it away from her belly, so that it just looks like it's a fashion. So that's where the verdurga, the farthingale, comes from. So yeah, it's an item of fashion that is born of the shame of a queen who was unfaithful to her husband. And yeah, anyway, so that's what fashions are like. That's where that smock comes from. The shape of those sleeves from the Lena comes from. I'm like 95% certain. That's why suddenly at the end of the 15th century in Ireland, you start seeing these big wide sleeves.
Yeah, it's. I think it's exciting, to be honest with you, especially at the fact that we can see a shot. What was it? Shot. I do apologize. I'm trying to experiment to play around with this. It's funny how when I wanted to get this specific camera, right, of the picture, and then the example, and then Rachel at the side of it. When I wanted that to happen, it wasn't happening. But now it works perfectly fine. So I do apologize to everybody for that little trip up I made earlier. Because you can see me frustratingly trying to get the right thing, and it's very, very touchy and feeling.
Oh, that's interesting. So I just read the Spanish at the bottom, right? It says an Irish woman, right?
Oh,
so
and it's in Spanish.
That's what it says at the bottom. Yep.
Oh,
it says a woman, or in Latin. Maybe that's Latin. Might be Latin. It might also be one of the Spanish. Anyway, it's a Romance language. I can understand it. So it says an Irish woman, right? Yeah, and that's interesting because she's wrapped in a giant mantle, and she's got a kerchief on, and she's got some kind of smock and bodice on, and then a necklace. So yeah, I mean that lines up with a lot of, and it's definitely 16th century. So that lines up with a lot of the 16th century imagery we see of Irish women from this era. And it makes sense. It's getting cold. The Little Ice Age is gaining steam, or it's gaining ice. I don't know how you want to phrase it. And it's getting cold, and Ireland is not exactly in the warmest corner of Europe. So I could absolutely see women are starting to wear these giant mantles, but that would not be a mantle that a poor woman would wear. That's a woman of means, because that much fabric is very expensive. In any kind of fabric in that quantity would be expensive in the 16th century.
Oh yeah, and Kevin points out there as well, looking cozy, and I'd love that, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I don't think Rachel will be making that for any time soon. This is mostly the mantle that you see a whole load as well. This one on the right, and you also see the one on the left. I think left is way more in the realm of possibility to make. I think that's going then into the 17th century then. The era we don't like anymore. But on saying that, we get a good idea of how the Irish are dressing from the 15th, 16th, what was it? Yeah, the 15th, 16th, and 17th century, where you can see that kind of, because it fits in. Do I have it here as well? Because you sent me the other one like 1,000 times, but I don't know if I have the other outfit as well. I have a bit of it here, but I can't find the outfit itself. No, I can chuck it in later. But regardless, it gives us quite a good idea of how the Irish are dressing at the time. So it's quite, and it gives us also an idea of how the cloak, the brat, looks like as well, which is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, and again, I'd like to emphasize that the word brat is like the word lena, is like the word inar. It is a general term for a garment whose shape changed across the centuries and even the decades. So how the brat would be worn or styled in the 11th century is not the same way it would be styled in the 16th century. Just want to put that out there. Ireland is not this backwards, frozen in time, what's the word I'm looking for? Time capsule that stays completely unevolved from the 5th century onward. It just isn't. So this brat that we're seeing there is very heavily 16th century in style, and woman, definitely a woman. Yeah.
Just
I mean, it's not practical, right? That's not practical for a man. It just isn't.
Popping over to Jim O'Neill's comment there. Do we have a name for that? What was it called? The fur collar on that one? I don't think we do.
In Irish, no. In the expense accounts in various, and I'm thinking about the 15th century wills from Dublin or in Latin, so that term wouldn't help you. But then it's just called a collar in any. Basically, it is literally called that, or it could be part of the lining of the cloak. So what you could be seeing is a turnback collar. So underneath of that fur, there's actually wool, basically. And that fur collar that you're seeing isn't just a collar. It's actually a complete fur lining all the way through that cloak. And that makes sense because look how full the cloak is, right? It's a really voluminous garment and it hangs away from her body, which would indicate to me that it probably is fully lined in fur, which you would want in the little ice age that is eating Ireland and the rest of Europe at this point.
Oh, definitely 100%.
And I just want to tell everyone again, I'm sorry if you all asked me questions like an hour ago or made comments. I'm just now seeing them. I can't convince my chat to catch up for life or money. I can't convince it.
Buggy like that for some reason, or it could be like an hour or so behind. But also on top of that as well, it doesn't help as well that some people are also it's YouTube. YouTube is very, very bad for it as well. Because I'm getting some comments from Jim O'Neill from like an hour ago, and it's the same with other people as well. So it's kind of a mix and match. Yeah, we do apologize. And also on top of that as well, sometimes I'm reading the comments and I'm like, what the hell does that mean? Because they're talking about something like live that we talked about an hour ago. So I'm looking at the comment going, okay. So I do apologize if I don't reply to some of the comments.
Yeah, you all know I'm normally extremely responsive to your comments, and today they're coming an hour later than when I talked about the thing you were asking about. So I would just like to say thank you to all my people, all my community who are here. I love you all. I haven't been ignoring you. I'm so sorry. I haven't been as interactive with you as I normally am. Really, I feel so badly. Oh my goodness, yeah. So yeah, that cloak is definitely. That is not a poor woman, right? So this plays in with the idea that this counters the narrative of a poor Ireland in the 16th century, right? It absolutely counters that because no poor woman could afford that. Just couldn't. It would be impossible.
Sure. Just pumping over to Jim O'Neill's comment there as well. What is the color made from? Made of anyone? In Ireland. The kind of furs that so this is the 16th century, and there's kind of a shift in what's available in
everywhere in Europe because of the newly opened trade routes with the New World, right? We're actually, depending on when in the 16th century this is, this could be like, I don't know, that based on the script down below, kind of looks like something out of the 1560s, maybe the print. But if it's
Looking closer at mine, not leaning forward.
Oh.
And I read all the comments.
Oh, okay. Yay, thank you. I have a phone that might give me more recent comments. We don't know. Anyway, so this could be beaver fur. And beaver fur is now becoming increasingly common. Beavers haven't typically been native in Western Europe. Usually they had to be imported from Russia, but the New World fur trade by the mid 16th century is the French trappers have already gone to the New World and have already set up shop there, right, in North America. And so there are beaver furs coming back in much larger quantities. So it could be beaver fur. And it looks kind of full and voluptuous like beaver fur would if the guard hairs hadn't been removed from them. Most people don't realize with fur, you've got different layers of fur, and the guard hairs are the really long ones. But typically in the medieval furring practice, and I'm pretty certain this continued in the 16th century, the furriers would actually remove the guard hairs so that you'd have just the dense pile that looks really pretty and velvety instead of this really wild, shaggy looking thing. But that looks pretty wild and shaggy. So, so yeah, that's going to be some kind of a big furry animal. That's not going to be ermine or miniver or one of those really fine furs. And it could well be beaver fur with the guard hairs left on. It could also be lined in sheepskin, though. So this is also a practice. We actually find even noble women's gowns being fully lined in lamb's fur, for instance. It was called bouge, B-O-U-G-E in English. So this could be not lamb.
That's bougie.
This could be not lamb, but sheep, like old sheep, for instance. And that would also account for how fuzzy it is, how furry it is. Yeah, but there were different options, and more animals than people would expect were used for fur in this era, including domestic cat. So I'll just leave that on the table.
Can you hear me fine? Can you?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I had the weirdest thing happen to me there, where the screen completely froze. Right, I was doing while you were talking there, trying to do a bit of research in the background. Right, screen completely froze. And then kind of resetted itself and put me back on. Slingshot me back in again, and I'm like, oh, okay. So just wondering if you could hear me again. Yeah, weirdest thing. I was just like, I'll just leave it. Sort itself out, and you managed to slingshot me back into chat. So happy out anyway. Right. Oh yeah, the one on bears. I don't know of any sources to do with bears inside of Ireland itself. But you are right that there is bear fur coming over from Moscow and Kiev and all that region from the early medieval period going over to the late medieval period. So I don't know, Rachel, do you think it's bear fur or do you think it's beaver?
So bear would have been pretty exotic for Ireland. That would have been I doubt it's bear. I mean, it depends on the woman. Like, who is this woman? Like, I don't know who she is. But that would have been very exotic. Twitchy comments about it possibly being Arctic fox, which it definitely could be, because we're again, Arctic fox. People don't realize the Arctic Circle isn't as far from Ireland as they might think it is. And in the Laplands in Scandinavia, they have Arctic foxes, or they had Arctic foxes. I don't know if they still do. They did. They had them at one point. So that could also be fox. I doubt it's bear. Bear would not be necessarily the nicest fur for a woman's garment, and it wouldn't be that fuzzy. Actually, it wouldn't be that it wouldn't be that over the top, like especially fox tails, and an Arctic fox with its winter pelt, which would have been the desirable pelt for this era, right? An Arctic fox with its winter pelt would have produced fur like that. Could have produced fur like that.
Oh, my camera's disappeared. Am I disappeared? 1 second. Let me fix my camera. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, Han has a good point. She says, she has sheepskin rugs today, but you know, she would have thought that the wool would be more valuable than the sheep, than the sheepskin. But here's the thing: eventually, a sheep reaches the end of its life cycle, and we know that they ate a lot of mutton, and that mutton came originally with a fleece attached to it. So there was absolutely a trade in sheep's fleeces for use as skins, basically, in this era. Now, that also being said, often sheepskin was used for vellum. So, you know, what is the more valuable use of it, as its entirety as its fleece, or to remove the wool, process the wool into wool itself, and then turn the skin itself into vellum, right? There's so many different uses, but I do know for a fact that lamb skin with the fleece attached to it was used to line garments. We have that in the expense accounts. So it's a possibility that could be sheep as well, depending on, other economic factors.
Just back over to bears as well. I don't know any native Irish bears. I just never have come across any
I think there used to be bears in Ireland. I seem to recall. Ice Age is not my specialty. Old Ice Age is not my specialty, but I seem to recall that in the era of megafauna, there was some kind of bear in Ireland.
Yeah,
but
there could possibly in that era that would make sense in that one.
Yeah,
the era with the big giant deers and stuff.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but I don't know of any during the medieval era. I do know, all right, that trade, and this is once again hopping back over to Dr. Claire Downham's work. I do know during the economic golden age that there would have been Viking, what was it called, bear pallets and stuff coming over from Kiev and stuff. And I think that's just from, you know, basically status thing, because you know how manlyhood is, you know, I took down this bear, this is a bear's pallet and stuff. So I think most of the time it is used just for status reasons. I know in movies it's constantly put on the floor and stuff as well. Have you ever come across that in real life where it's just kind of put into a floor of a castle or something?
A bear skin? No. Yeah. No, that would have been, you know, medieval society prized itself on being very elegant, right? Like, it was all about the luxury goods, and luxury in the Middle Ages is not animal furs, at least not the way we think of it. They used furs because they were very efficient at doing what they needed to do, which was heat, keep you warm. So we have fur blankets are lined in fur, garments are lined in fur, hats are lined in fur. But it was actually considered barbaric to actually show the fur on the outside. From very early on, we have writers talking about how it's a trait of barbarity to wear the skin of an animal like entirely with the fur sticking out. So, and that's what makes me so angry when we have these medieval movies and there's all these noblemen walking around, even the Viking era. No nobleman walked around with a wolf skin just hanging from their shoulders like it's Gucci, right? It just, that isn't it. They wore silk, they wore wool, they wore jewelry. That's what made a Viking a Viking. The quest for luxury, not the quest for barbarity. So no, I have not found any evidence in any of the primary sources that I've explored talking about fur rugs. That seems to be a much later development.
Yeah. You're bang on right there, though, on expanding on that one, that you believe that it was Cromwell that wiped out the wolves in Ireland. Oh, yeah, there you go. You can blame Cromwell for no more wolves. Yeah, that's a fact. It was from Cromwell's period onwards that...
Oh, wolf. Yes, sorry, it could be wolf. Yes, that could be wolf fur. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because Ireland still has wolves in this era. You're right. That could be wolf fur. It's fuzzy. It's fleecy enough. Fuzzy enough to be full enough to be wolf fur. Yeah, could be.
Oh, for sure. And yeah, but you also have, allegedly, you have the cattle raiders, the Kerns, who used to put on the fur of animals and stuff when, you know, during the summer months and stuff, and, you know, to take on the animal features of the wolf and stuff, allegedly. If you read the Finn cycle, they used to put the, you know, the head of the wolf and stuff on top of their head and sneak around the forest and stuff before going into
Right.
cattle raiding and stuff.
Right, but that was part of a ritual, right? That wasn't fashion. That wasn't
True.
I'm being my stylish self. That was I'm participating in a ritual in which I'm trying to assume the characteristics of this thing that I'm wearing, and then I'm going to go steal some cows, right? That's not the same as, you know, just wearing them because that's how we style it in, you know, Ulster or wherever.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing we pointed out with the Book of Kells. You have everyone else following the Byzantine fashion style, and then suddenly you look at the cattle raider, and he's not in Byzantine fashion. He's dressed like he's about to go on a cattle raid. No, we know why he's there. He's still part of the manliness of what it is to be in the medieval period. But he's not a part of the status of how nobles were dressing in early medieval Ireland. Nobles of early medieval Ireland were dressing in the Byzantine fashion, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and I you know, they definitely were, and that doesn't mean that there weren't also local variants on that. And also, obviously, your slaves out in the fields are not going to be wearing an alb with a tunica that is garnished in pearls, right? They're going to have much more practical tunics, and maybe even in that era that you're talking about, the 5th, 6th centuries, 7th century, probably some kind of trousers, because that is an era of trousers, right? People don't understand that for whatever reason, across history and places throughout the world, men wearing pants is not a constant, right? It goes, by which I mean trousers, right? There's eras when men wear trousers. There's eras where men wear hosen or nothing. Then they go back to trousers, and they go back to nothing. We've been stuck in what I would call a trouser era since the 16th century, basically. It's kind of the start of what we might consider to be trousers, but that hasn't always been the case. So yeah, they're first millennium Ireland, mostly a trouser era.
So there, I just want to get the Book of Kells up as an example of how people are dressing during the early medieval period, just to back up what you're saying about there she is, about Byzantine clothing. But then, I disappeared. Yeah.
I disappeared. We all disappeared. What happened to us?
And it bounced as well. Didn't even, okay, that's weird. Just let me delete this one. It seems to be adding in a whole load of stuff at the same time. But let's see how that one pops up. No, that's not what I want. It never wants to like bounce around the way I want to. Let's see how that one comes out. Now I found the trick. So 1 second, if I put that formation in,
and I would just, and Han, I would just like to thank you so much for being such an excellent moderator. I've missed you, babe.
But you can see here exactly what Rachel was saying. Like, this is the regular clothing of the early medieval period, and straight away from the get-go, you can see those Byzantine influences inside there. From the as Rachel has pointed out, look at the way the cloak is completely different to how it is later on. Like, if we jump back to the later 16th, 17th century, when we have this big, massive, nice, cozy brash, but big and bulky, down to this much more lighter silk. Would you say that's silk? I think it's silk as well.
I mean, I'm
cloak.
I mean, it's the Virgin Mary. I mean, who else should be wearing silk than the Mother of God, than the Queen of Heaven? Come on, yeah, it's got to be silk. But the Irish, that is not silk. That is actually, so that Irish woman. Now that I'm looking at it on this other device, if you switch back to the Irish, the literally Irish woman, as it's called, she actually. Her cloak actually has lots of texture to it, right? It's depicted with all this texture, and it wouldn't surprise me if that is the special wool for which Ireland is famous in the Middle Ages and up into the 16th century. It's the stuff called frieze, F-R-I, spelt a bazillion different ways in 15th century English, and that's the wool as a cloak that gets exported at least as early as the 14th century as a luxury good all over medieval Europe. So it wouldn't surprise me if that is supposed to be depicting this specially woven wool, this frieze, for which Ireland was still known, as far as I understand it, in the 16th century. Yeah, she would be warm. She would be cozy. And the thing about this cloak, if you look at it, that collar, it literally, you can tell how it turns back, and she's got it really open.
Mm.
But if she wanted to, it would be really easy to actually turn to bring it up closer around her neck if she needed to, and basically be a Irish woman burrito, right? She could just go full burrito.
Nice and cozy.
Nice and cozy. Yep.
Yeah, it's mostly the route where the comments are going as well. Just jumping back over to the Book of Kells again. Another thing I find very interesting as well, and maybe you can expand on this. I know I'm taking a pure right turn on this one, is the way that Jesus, yeah, you know me. I just say, so Rachel, there's a pink sky outside. What are you talking about, pink sky? This isn't the conversation for pink sky. I want to talk about the pink sky. Jesus in the photo, I know Jim points it out as well. Is that the Virgin Mary? Yes, that's the Virgin Mary with Christ. That's Jesus Christ. And what's hilarious about this is that Jesus Christ looks like an adult.
Yep, the homunculus. That is called the homunculus in art. Are you familiar with the homunculus?
I know a little bit, but I know enough to know it just randomly pops up. And sometimes historians like myself are just, what the hell is going on here? Rachel.
Yeah, so that's what we call that's what we call the ugly medieval or ugly Renaissance baby, depending on the era of the art. And this is why all of those in the Renaissance, you may have noticed that baby Jesus is the most hideous human ever depicted, because he's got a receding hairline and he's got this big head and this little body and these weird limbs, right? That's because the artist, this theory of the homunculus, the idea that Jesus is God incarnate, right? So he encompasses the wisdom and the power of God, and wisdom is denoted by age generally in art, right? And also is the Son of God. So he is a baby, he is an infant, but he's also God and also not God. And so they're trying to convey this idea of being a baby, but also an extremely aged wise man with a receding hairline and all of that. Sometimes the limbs are a little more man-like and a less baby-like, because they're trying to encompass all of those really hard to depict concepts in one little body. Because, medieval art was not about, contrary to popular belief, was not necessarily about depicting realism. It was about depicting allegory and metaphor and intangible concepts that could not really be depicted through realistic depiction, right? If you just show the Virgin Mary with a regular baby, everyone's going to think it's not the Virgin Mary. They're going to think it's some mother with a baby. Yeah. Right? So that baby needs to be somehow special. The same way the Virgin Mary starts to be somehow special in art in about the 15th century. They develop an almost standardized, this is how the Virgin Mary looks in various places. So that's why the Virgin Mary starts looking the same always, because that was the convention, right? It had nothing to do with how actual Virgin Mary looked. It's just the way they conveyed this concept. So yeah, ugly Renaissance baby, ugly medieval baby, homunculus for the win.
And why do we know that this is a good artist and not a terrible artist? As you pointed out there, like Jesus looks very, very ugly in this one. So clearly it's just down to bad artistry.
This is very stylized, right? So this is what people fail to understand. It's not that artists were incapable of depicting more realism in this era necessarily. It's a question of a style that they've inherited. In this case, this is like early Romanesque, basically, right? This is the transitional period where you're leaving the artistic traditions of ancient Greece and ancient Rome and moving into, the middle of the first millennium, basically. And so what we have here is the inheritance of a Roman style of drawing figures that is also kind of petrified. So it's no longer, again, it's not about realism. It's about copying the way these people are depicted in the East, in which at this point one of the most valid cultural and religious inheritors of Rome is the Eastern Roman Empire's Constantinople. And so I would say that whichever artists did this, they probably had never been to Constantinople themselves, but they had seen a book or a manuscript. Obviously it's a manuscript. They had seen a book that had been illuminated from that part of the world. And so they're imitating that style in the best way that they can. But the illuminators in this era are not specialists.
Yeah.
They are monks, right? They have other things to do than just copy books in this era. They are not professional manuscript workshops. Like we haven't, by the 15th century, it's professional manuscript workshops. Like we actually know the names of illuminators, just like we know the names of artists from the 15th century. In this era, you're talking about amateurs, actually. And I have to tell you, for an amateur artist, that's pretty damn good. And by amateur, I mean, obviously it's their profession because they're doing it and it's what they do a lot, but they have other skills as well. They're not just illuminators. So that, you know, they're not being trained in perspective and they're not being trained in shading and grading and all of that because that's not important. That's not the point.
Well, the thing that always blows a lot of art historians' minds and stuff is actually the Celtic knotwork that's inside there. People call it "quote unquote" Celtic knotwork.
Celtic knotwork,
yeah.
It's not Celtic. It's not Celtic. It's knotwork. Everyone did knotwork, guys. Everyone did knotwork. It stays in fashion in illumination all across Europe, by the way, until the end of the 15th century. So it's just knotwork. It's not Celtic.
But regardless, it's always the knotwork that kind of blows people's minds. So even if you think to yourself, well, clearly the reason why Jesus looks like a man in this particular art is because the artist is terrible at his job. I would disagree with that because of the standard of the knotwork that's in there, that it's more or less an interpretation. Someone's trying to mimic what a trader would have said. So you have Irish traders making their way over to Constantinople, or vice versa. You have traders from Constantinople making their way over to Ireland. And we also know, if we study the effigies, the cross effigies, the Byzantine cross effigies, which are found all over Ireland, by the way, if we study that sort of work, we can see straight away that it's like someone trying to describe the Byzantine Empire to the local Irish community. He's talking away to them and he's like, it's this cross, and they start doing this cross, but you could tell the artist doesn't know what he's describing. There's someone telling him what's describing, and that's there's a Byzantine Empire cross, but it's got these two bits at the end, but it's not correct, but it's like someone's describing these two bits at the end of the Byzantine cross to him. And then he's doing his best to try to write this down by description, you know?
Right. Well, I mean, that's the case often for animals as well that artists have never seen before across the Middle Ages. I challenge everyone to Google medieval elephant or medieval rhinoceros and see the fun depictions of those animals you'll come up with, right? It's like the police sketch artist, right? How do you describe a Byzantine cross in a way that it will be faithfully reproduced? You know, it's good luck with that using words.
A huge thank you as well over to Music for Earthworms, and he just wants to thank Creative Contessa there. Thank you so much for that donation.
Music, thank you. Nice to see you again. I know I haven't been live streaming as much. I've been crazy doing Christmas baking for a variety of charitable causes, so I have not had as much time as I would have liked. And I just wanted to say that Twitchy has a really good point. And I was trying to say this, she says it better because she had time to write it. Talking about the style of the art, right? So this is not a question of the artist being bad. The stylized art was supposed to be a spiritual reflection that goes beyond the reality that is around the artist and the viewer. Also remember that the first Christian art was mosaics and wall paintings in Rome. Absolutely true. Yeah. And then she also says the style reflects the artistic tradition of, Visigothic Eastern Roman Christianity, which was deliberately distanced itself from pagan realism. Also that. And we're also about to get into the era of the iconoclasm, or this is the era of the iconoclasm in Constantinople, when literally these fanatics decide that all of this realistic depiction of people is ungodly, and they go and they destroy all the art, right? So this style that you see here in the Book of Kells would not fall under the need of something that needs to be destroyed. Islam has the same thing. They have the same issue. right? Because you're forbidden under Islam, you're forbidden from creating graven images, right? You're forbidden from creating human images because God is the only one who can create create creatures. So they get around this by depicting people in unrealistic ways. So then the artist could say, well, that's not really a person, right? No one actually looks like that. That's why medieval Islamic art, you look at it and you think, why couldn't they draw real people? They could, they didn't on purpose.
Oh, for sure. I just put up Twitchy Witch's comment there. Sorry, my mouth's gotten really dry. You don't mind taking over for a wee bit, and I'll just get another drink of water.
No, go for it. No, I've got some questions I can answer here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Or I'm gonna continue to read your fantastic comments into the record. I hope you don't mind. Han says, I would also say that these works also reflect the visual trends and sensibilities of the culture, which had a strong metallurgic and enamel tradition. Also that, if you look at there's a lot of jewelry, a lot of cast metal items have survived from all across Europe. Not some from Ireland have actually, despite Irish soil doing what it does to metal. And yeah, if you look at the way art, those kinds of that jewelry is created, it's cast in metal and it's heavily enameled, and those shapes are absolutely reflected in especially the illuminated marginalia of the Book of Kells. Yeah, 100%. Often you will find that the motifs that you find in, say, jewelry and in objet d'art, in applied arts, often end up those motifs end up reflected in the so-called fine arts, or vice versa. So absolutely agree with that 100%.
We have one comment popping up there asking if we're single or not. Well, I am married, and Rachel
and I'm married. I'm married, and we're not married to each other, but we are married to other people. So no, I don't. That's definitely not single. It's the opposite of single. I'm double. I am double. Are you double, Philip?
Me? Well, no, I'm on my first marriage, Sean Grant.
No, you're the opposite of single is double. It's if you think about it. Well, think about it. If you're just talking about a single item, what is the opposite of single? It's actually technically a double, but that's not how we refer to ourselves when we say we're not single. We say we're occupied or taken, right? Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, that's a good way to go about it, actually, because I always take it from the taken side of things. But nice question there. Thanks for thinking we're cute.
Appreciate it. Always good for my ego.
And that doesn't have to stop you from your comment section trying to flirt with me. Go away, will ya?
Do we know if the artist was a Christian? It is like 99% likely that the artists of the Books of Kells were Christian. 99.9% likely. That the artists.
I've never come across anyone that would question that before.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't ask that question. I think you should ask that question.
No, it's a great question, but I'm pretty certain it was monks at the monastery who illuminated the Book of Kells.
Oh, for sure. How long more do you want to continue? Because I've done this now for about 4 or 5 hours. Well,
we can. I do need to actually eat also at some point today. Just one final comment or addition from Twitchy. She talks about the Alfred jewel. If you all don't know what the Alfred jewel is, look it up. It's stunning. She says the Alfred jewel is a spectacular example of this style being a strong continuity of the mosaic enamel material trend. Yeah. The Alfred jewel definitely looks like something that could appear in the Book of Kells. It is a beautiful, beautiful piece of the goldsmith and jeweler's mastercraft. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I would say that, you've been doing this for 4 hours and 16 minutes, and I've been doing it for 2 hours and something minutes. So let's go ahead. Oh, India just entered the chat. Well, damn. Yeah. So I really enjoyed this chaotic, random trace through whatever.
Basically, I kind of want to make this a common theme of just being able to have, especially starting from like 9 a.m. in the morning. I don't mind doing the 4 hours, talking away to both the Irish medieval community and then kind of moving over to just the wider medieval community as well. I think that's a pretty much a good way to go about things. And I'll start doing this pretty much every Saturday. Between starting off with myself, Micheál, and Owen O'Neill, and Micheál from Clans and Dynasties, starting that up. Irish time would be 9 o'clock. I don't know what time that is in New York, so I do apologize about that. But eventually, as Rachel comes into the chat as well,
7 p.m.
Yeah, 7 p.m. So
7 p.m. on Friday. 7 p.m. on Friday.
So starting this up 7 p.m. on a Friday. What was it called? Have Rachel's channels connected up beforehand, so that way it can all boom at the same time. And then 7 p.m. New York time, 9 p.m. over in Ireland, having that start up, and then having just a casual thing on a on a Friday, starting off with some Irish medieval history, talking about the clans, family history, and then having Rachel come in there. I think it flowed really, really well today, starting off with horses.
I can't believe I jumped in on the horse conversation. That's like I'm a horsey girl since forever, so that worked perfectly.
Bang on. So just starting off the conversation and then going for another 2 hours, just talking about broad medieval history. I think that's absolutely amazing. And to be honest with you, I love Irish medieval history. Of course, I'm a wee bit biased towards Irish medieval history, but I just love medieval history in general. And every time I have these deeper conversations into the wider medieval world, I always end up learning so much more. Obviously, are they corrected, as we've seen earlier, with those earlier battles to do with Saladin, or even trying to expand on what I already knew as well. So that's always great when having these deeper conversations with Dr. Owen O'Neill and Rachel to do with the wider medieval world. So I think it's a great way to have a conversation and do that pretty much every Friday would be absolutely terrific. So we'll be planning on doing a lot more of this from now on.
Wow, the comments that are just now getting to my screen are hysterical, but also an hour ago. Like I'm getting just a final comment. Medieval people most likely didn't smell bad on average. The average person didn't, because I just saw a comment about it's not the dirt, but the smell that would bother me. It's not the medieval people who smelled. A lot of medieval crafts smelled. Tanning and dyeing were very stinky crafts. The people did everything they could to not smell, because miasma. Have you ever heard of the miasma, Philip?
When you're used to it, is it?
Yeah, so miasma is actually, the theory of miasma in medieval health is that contagion floated on bad smells, right? So to fight contagion, you had to smell nice. And so medieval people did everything in their power to smell nice. There are health manuals full of herbal and spice combinations that you can, for instance, comb through your hair, that you can rub on your body, that you can put in your clothes, that you can put in your bedding and sprinkle around your bed chamber or the chambers, so that you are fighting this contagion. So I really doubt that medieval people smelled any worse than modern people, and they might have smelled better because they weren't eating the garbage that a lot of Westerners are eating that makes our body odor terrible.
Yeah, I can't say anything.
So, yeah.
Especially
thought I'd close on that strong note.
Oh, I.
Right, God, I don't even. Oh, you're drinking protein drinks? Oh, Philip. Oh,
yeah.
Philip. No.
I should be onto the chicken and stuff, but it's preparing the chicken and stuff can be absolutely fucking time consuming for me. But anyway, I'm very bad. Other than that, guys, thank you so much for all the support, and also everybody that donated money to keep us basically doing our research and stuff in our free time. That means so much to us. Other than that, guys, Rachel, do you have any Patreon or any classes going on this week?
Oh yeah, for those later on today, my time in Asia, maybe tomorrow for many of you. I'll be doing a medieval cooking live stream. So I've got a whole bunch of lamb in the fridge, and I'm going to do some medieval recipes. So if you want to tune in and watch me cook something medieval and talk about medieval food, stay tuned for that later on today. Nice. I've got a Patreon. If you'd like to support me financially, I provide lots of extra content for my patrons and for my channel members. A private Discord where I share more resources, exclusive footage, full-length tutorials on a variety of topics that aren't shared to the general public. So if you would like to support me that way, you absolutely may. But of course, Philip and I appreciate all of you commenting and liking and being subscribers and sharing our videos with other people and just being part of this wonderful community that we are building together.
Davy Jones, thank you so much for that membership as well. I don't know how much that is worth, but thank you so much as well. I love how it tells you you're a cattle raider now as well. I just popped up that Davy Jones is a cattle raider. He's joined my membership on YouTube. That means a ton to me, Davy Jones. And other than that, guys, I have a Patreon as well. It's on Sunday nights. It's about 20 quid a month, and I cover classes to do Irish medieval history. This Sunday night, it's going to be 9 o'clock Irish time. New York, you said it was something like 5 p.m. Or was it 7 p.m. or something?
So yeah, subtract 14.
Yeah,
subtract.
So 14 off of that.
Yeah.
Regardless, this weekend on Sunday, I will be covering the changes that happen as Ireland goes into the 12th century. So as Ireland goes into the 12th century, Ireland goes away from the Hiberno-Scandinavian world, and it goes more into the European continent world, as men from Normandy who settled in Wales and are now settling, the Cambro-Normans as they refer to them as, at the time they were referred to as the Knights of the Welsh Marches, go into Ireland. With that, they start to bring massive changes into Ireland as well, starting to plug them away from the Hiberno-Scandinavian world and into the European continents, okay? So we'll be discussing and talking about that on this Sunday. So definitely, if you're into any of that or just into Irish medieval in general, definitely head over to my Patreon on Irish Medieval History and subscribe. It's about 20 quid a month, and you got a whole load of classes and all the previous recordings as well. So it's definitely well worth it. Other than that, guys, thank you so much, Rachel, for all the information you have provided today. It means so much to myself and all the viewers that we have on today. And obviously, once again, a huge thank you to all the viewers as well. Other than that, guys, thanks very much, and slán go bhaile. Bye.
Stay creative, everyone. Until later.
Bye. See you. Bye.